How could I cord that? Are you doing the old reverse reflection in the mirror? Oh, I see.
Didn't even think of that.
That's all right.
I think that shows the main thing. This is just to this.
So can I use it next to the table?
Oh yeah, just move the cable down so it's.
It's too light. It's too light.
Yeah, this wasn't expensive, but it.
Tape, I mean, a little tape.
Sorry?
Just put a little piece of tape over each light.
Oh yeah. I don't have to tape, but somebody does. No, that stuff. Actual money is sitting there in the box somewhere. In the, in the corner. I got like a quarter of this stuff in my house and I've lost.
So guys, we're just getting ready here. Our first speaker should be up any minute now. In about half an hour.
Yeah, sure. Can you, plug it into the wall and get some duct tape? Good. We're back to box.
Oh, no, this is.
I don't know.
I mean, I use a GoTech anyways. Yeah. I don't think I have 3 Amigas and none of them have a flux. Anyway, so this doesn't matter.
What's the best thing? Mix the original hardware.
Yeah.
Yet there's something that's
Yeah.
or something. So you
Yeah.
don't- at least you're finding it easier.
Yeah.
It's still getting hard. It's like with my testing.
It's funny because for PC, I'll write it. Right. So that's other writing clock.
Yeah, that's. I got the stuff I needed from office. Closet. Bunch of choking around. Yeah, yeah, always, yeah. That many backups, yeah. They do, yeah. There you go. I haven't seen zip tracks in a while. Yeah. It's a serious technique. You're ready for when you take off.
Oh, do you have a escape?
This is the real deal. Yeah, just some of the stuff. It's not gonna.
Yes, sir. I have an information. Oh, thanks. Just for the center. Oh, yes.
Peter's got one of these. I want to get him with a bloody give it to me. You want to give it to me, that fucker? Yeah. He's got one sitting on his back under his mat, and I'm like, he's going to move eventually and downsize, and now he's going to give it to me. He will, I'll tell him.
We're handing it out.
Yeah, they are. Lorraine, how are you? Price is marked, or you're marking up? This industry, well, the question is, how expensive is the divorce? Your real estate. If I brought that home, we'll talk towards the end of the show. Yeah. Currently, a few videos in the dining room, we're just not talking about it. Try to get my kids. I mean, there's enough of a learning curve to do anything interesting. Yeah, no, for sure. That's well, these I don't know why. They are all no, the RGB to ship. And it's behind the door. So you open the door, you hit the switch. There is. When you open the door, yeah, there's some of the things that you can Are you, is this the object? No. I just saw it staff. Yeah, my night's on. I remember coming up, I think it was the youngest member sitting on the train or plane $10,000 worth of extra property. Sounds like a really big persuasion. Well, no, they went, they flew up there, this is cargo on the I was the one that was my first show, not associated with it was the spring show. Civic Center. I had no communication with my boss on products. I tried to connect someone in person. I sat down at the booth after having off the show 2 or 3 times, and they told me later on that me calling resulted in them selling $2,000. Businesses that were vendor at the show. So that's well, not that one. The next show that I went to, which was in I said, oh, you never even work for you. I'm one night I went back to trouble. I never went to that. I was lying. I didn't live on campus. I'm just going to sit there with you on the top. They said, yeah, we need a tech. And I was working by our company. This is really cool. I'm not in Rhode Island now. I live in the best program right now. 1994, I get into this company called Computer Systems and Solutions, which happens to be reinvented resource systems and solutions, which was a vendor where I worked. When I was at the network technician for them under the same boss. Therefore, I still value it's a start. I was here in 2019. I know some people got it, but I don't get it. It's not although in Texas they use the wet versus the baseball. Well, there's a lot of space between the border to Texas and I know a couple of Facebook friends, one lady and her husband yesterday. All the ones I know when they got. Well, I did run a couple of either undiscovered or those big ones. And my mother, I think, yeah, nothing less than right. My mom went to go right into that December of 2019. They claimed it was a bit nice. Only because she ended up in the hospital. She ended up passing away this summer. Not directly because of COVID, but indirectly because she was always out at home doing nothing. And for her, being active, she was able to the social aspect. I'm gonna be here today and tomorrow.
Personal collection. Stuff I haven't touched in a couple of years. I'm on the acquiring phase now, so I still have a lot of stuff. There's a certain point where the closet's like a closet. Too full. One of the things that certainly not as heavy as the ground. My metric system, that's what it's fine now. Oh, yeah, so they just make this scans and stuff. Frequency guides. Oh my God, that's for that's hilarious. Okay, what they're for, I know. That's hilarious. It's very organized. That's cool. Yeah, so that it's the same short, I'm assuming, for all the products there. Yeah. That's what I've got the dog, but I just don't know. Smart. Yeah, I know, it really does true. I know. Somewhere.
and got us trading again with all the retailers and so on and so forth. And then I went to Mediali, who was my boss at the time, and I said, look, my job here for the moment is done. And he said, what are you talking about? I said, look, I've just filled all the retail stores up with Amiga 500, and I don't want to sell them anymore. I said, what do you mean? I said, I want them, if they need any more, to buy their own. And he said, why is that? I said, because I've just cleared up the mess. Basically what had happened is that Jim Dion, who was the CEO of Commodore, that's a Canadian guy, he had stitched all the retailers up. But I said, if you guys give me an order to the same value of the returns I'm taking to the TV, then I will give you 500s, and I will give you your own CS pack for your own product, software, and which is what happened. So I sorted them all out. All the companies are the same. And that's so I went to Mediali and said, I don't, my job here for the moment is finished. He said, you and I both know. So I've got renowned for being the CEO of the UK, but in fact, I said I have a very global career, a unique position. And that allowed me to produce this book. This is my self-time. This is a book that I produced about 3 or 4 years ago now. And it's a true story of how Commodore went bankrupt from being $1 billion corporation, how they actually went bust, mistakes that they made and all. And it's a very interesting read. When I finished my part of this book, I read it back and I didn't like it because it felt more like a story about Project Veteran than it about Commodore. And then I thought, well, actually, it can't be anything else because it's reporting through my ears and my eyes. But I wanted a broader perspective, but still from the inside. So I've got a lot of people from within Commodore to write a chapter, which I didn't edit in any way, shape, or form. They wrote it, it got printed. So you got people like Dave Haney, you've got RJ Michael, who was one of the designers of the Amiga. Beth Richard, she was working on the CD 1200 product to add to the 1200 to make it the CD 32, which never got launched. Gail Wellington, who was head of Commodore Amiga Technical Support. All of these people have written a chapter, so it's a very insightful book and it tells you the whole story, no hold barred. And I recommend, if you want, I'm signing the books out there, you're welcome to buy them. Well, this is a new book. It's called From Vultures to Vampires, and it's a very appropriately named book because this tells the story of what happened to Commodore's IPs and trademarks and patents after the auction in New York, where I was there, where ESCOM bought all the assets. And it tells all these different people. Some people are vultures, just wanting to buy something for make a quick buck. Other people have invested and want to make something really good from the product. And it's really amazing because these are all the different companies that this volume features. When we launched this book, this is co-written with Trevor Dickinson from Aeon Technologies. When we wrote this book, we thought there's going to be one book. We got uncovered so much material that we ended up having to do volume 2. And now there's also volume 3 because there is so much stuff and it's incredible, really. Anyone who's interested in the technology, what could have been, it's all in here. Again, on sale on my table in there. Now, what I'm really here for today actually is, again, something very exciting. I'm launching a brand new project, which is a community-based project. And that's where, let me start the screen.
Yeah.
Video? I don't know, normally it's that way, switch it on.
Yeah, you should just hit display on, it's supposed to just work. If not, I can start pushing the button. It'll keep it.
I don't think I have to control it from here.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay,
Should have gone to sleep.
so this project, introducing a brand new AGA. Most of anyone who knows anything about Amiga knows what AGA is. And it's really interesting that how the Lord works in mysterious ways. When I first came up with this concept, AGA actually stands for Amiga Global Alliance. When I first came up with the concept, it was going to be Commodore Amiga Global Alliance. However, by complete luck, I went to Italy to Pastione Amiga Open Day and gave it a talk there, and I was my test market. And when I announced that this is cargo, apparently in Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, cargo means a load of shit. So I was very lucky to be given the heads up, so I had to drop the C from the thing. But then AGA, well, AGA is fantastic. You already recognise AGA. So my punchline is a brand new AGA for 2023. So introducing the Amiga Global Alliance. For the very first time ever, bringing the worldwide fans of Commodore and Amiga together under one umbrella. I mean, this is a community like no other in the world. There's a massive amount of interest, but nobody's talking to each other. And I want to change and I want to bring it under one umbrella. One massive community now with one voice. The first time, Amiga fans, the clubs, developers, animators, repairers, wholesalers, shops, magazines, et al. Can all work in collaboration together. That's the plan. It's an annual fee-based project, which I'll come back onto shortly. So what happens to the money? So I'm asking you guys to pay out money. What's going to happen to the money? Well, we've commissioned the most comprehensive website ever. The website is going to be the central point for everything that if you ever want to know anything at all about Commodore and Amiga, where you can get something done. Let's say you buy a second-hand Amiga 500, need to be recapped. Where's my nearest point of getting it done? I need somebody to do a voiceover. I need somebody to do animation, or whatever. It'll all be there under the one umbrella. And we've commissioned. We've got AGA.directory is the website name. The most comprehensive website, fully represent the diversity and wealth of amazing talent our global community has to offer. A complete and comprehensive resource with listings and URL links to every individual or company who offer any service to the community, wherever they are located in the world. Listing of clubs and groups, like this group, for example, you subscribe. Every single individual Commodore Amiga fan, irrespective of nationality, language, ethnicity, or religious belief, encouraged and indeed welcome to join the community. In fact, as an individual, by participating, you'll be contributing to the long-term welfare and health of the largest and most powerful retro community ever. If you join, every club and every group, wherever you are located in the world, you're listed with links to your site. Anytime you're holding meetings or special events, you'll now have a truly global advertising marketing reach. Encouraging collaboration with other clubs and groups will expand the knowledge and develop exceptional and meaningful friendships. Before we talk about what other benefits the project offers for the creative designers and technologists in our community, here are some details about how we plan to establish the website. We've appointed a team of very highly qualified website IT professionals to build our website. This is an overview. Steve Morehouse, Managing Director of Albany Computers and Services in the UK, been building websites for 26 years. Very, very experienced guy. Justin Mitchell, founder, Redbox, Commodore Computer Museum and YouTube channel in New Zealand. Dave Daggs, who's a Bachelor of Honours, first class fan, Flamelli, I think you pronounce it. Again, a UK-based guy. Got Paolo D'Urso, he is the founder and publisher of the Amiga Passione magazine in Italy. He's also had 26 top-selling dub records. He's a musician. And very, very good. I spent a lot of time with him at this Amiga Passione meeting recently in Italy. Elliot Christensen, based in the USA, he's got too many people for this, but if you check him out, he's a really good guy. And then Dave Kirkwood, who's a software engineer with a bachelor's degree in computer science and also a PhD in simulation. Now, all of these guys, not only have they volunteered, they're huge Amiga fans and they want to do it. I think that's a very important thing to mention. It's not just, I'm just picking people up out of the newspaper. This is people who have volunteered, and they will get better, of course, but they want to do it. The website domain name is aga.directory. Luckily, directory just got released as a URL name. Initially, of course, AGA, everything's gone. AGA.com is gone because of Arga computing, Arga ranges and cookers. Arga cookers, they've taken everything. But AGA directory, I think, is absolutely perfect for what this website actually is going to deliver. We've also registered AmigaGlobalAlliance.com, which is nice. That's how. Now, we come up with a logo, which is very important. This is the Amiga Global Alliance 2023 logo, and I can see from it, what we're trying to express is it's a community friendship with shaking of hands. It's gold. It's a top. Basically, it's a top logo. That's what we're trying to develop. We want this to be known as a definitive mark of excellence, and there's a particular reason for that. I'll come on to. So I've just mentioned we've got those domains. Now we get to the part that matters. How much we've got some. Right, there's a table of annual subscriptions which varies on basically who you are. If you're a supporter, you don't necessarily want to get involved. All donations welcome, of course, the bigger the better. If you're a founding member, it's £37 or $37 or 37 euros. At the time that I actually produced this, not long ago, they're all pretty much on the bar, which was not what it was supposed to be. The reason why it's 37 is that this is the 37th anniversary of the Amiga, so it's just like it's perfectly make sense. In order to launch this properly, I must also tell you that initially I had not planned to do. The reason I'm not planning to do the Kickstarter is because Kickstarter costs 9% of the money that's raised. Kickstarter themselves charge 5%, and then the people who provide the finance, i.e., you made a pledge, they get the money from you and then pay it. They charge 4%. So 9% is a big slug of money. However, I've subsequently realised that the interest that I've generated from this by having these conversations with people like yourself is that it needs to be a Kickstarter because it's a big project and I need their administration. So I'm going to have to do a Kickstarter. But anyway, what I've decided to do is for the launch, what you get for £37 or euros or dollars, whatever it is, you get a whole bundle of stuff, which I'll come on to at the end. So you actually, what you're getting is worth a lot more than £37. If you are an individual service provider, let's say you work from home and you do repairs for people, it's $50 or £50 a year, whatever. Because obviously you're making money from it. But remember, all of these people are getting promoted on the website and so on and so forth. Companies who do the same thing, it's $100 a year. Clubs and groups, $100, €100 a year. That's what I was hoping. But you'll see what benefits you get. Wholesale distribution companies, $150. Now, if you're a retailer, whether you're a high street retailer or online retailer, high street retailers are $150. And online retailers, $175, because online retailers do not have the same overhead, so that's why I'm charging. Magazines printed or online is $250. However, this can be traded for advertising, which is one of the big things about what the AJ will deliver. It will deliver people's opportunity to advertise where they hadn't been able to before. The basic sponsorship negotiated anything from 300 to 600 a year. Major sponsor 750 to 1200 a year. Premier sponsor negotiable. And I've got several people already with negotiating with sponsorship. Thank you. Now, what happens with the money after? Well, obviously, building and maintaining the website is a cost. Administration, running costs are expensive. At this moment in time, I've changed that, and I've obviously got the wrong one open. We're now talking, because I'm now doing a Kickstarter, we're now talking about 50% of the money that's raised is going back into the community in a way that I will tell you about momentarily. I thought I'd change that, but maybe didn't say that. I don't know. The funds that we're going to put back into the community do a number of things. First of all, we're going to provide early stage funding for startups. People who want to write a new game, for example, people still writing games for 64 or whatever. If they can't get any funding, but they've got a good idea, we'll provide some of that funding to help them get started. So we're putting it back into the community. Same thing with hardware design. Lots of people are inventing things. I mean, there's a guy in Australia who's just developed the CD 1200 from having seen some basic design of it. And he got absolutely zero funding, but we can help him with that. And also, for example, when he's ready to market it, we've been promoting, which is where the magazines come in. You see, you get the idea of the whole picture. So we promote products, people, and campaigns, advertising, marketing, social media, and cover that. We've already begun to would reinvest back into the community. Dan Wood, who's a very close colleague of mine, he's a social media expert. He runs the Retro Art podcast, which I'm sure most of you have heard of. Really, really terrific guy, very good close friend of mine. Amiga Bill Winters, both of these guys, by the way, are doing live to broadcast to this event this weekend. Andy Spencer, he runs the Retro Computer Museum in Leicester in the UK. Dave McCurtry, he's involved with the Commodore Historical Society. He's actually the guy that proofread Volume 1, and he's literally proofreading Volume 2 as we speak. He promised me I'll have it back tomorrow, proofread. He's doing that. Paul Kitching, he does all the graphics, all the main graphics on my books, and everything else was done by Paul. Terrific guy. Bartek is a guy I met in Poland. There's a fantastic retro show every year in Poland called Pixel Heaven. And this year, I think there was 6,000 people, so a big show. Not just the Commodore, everything retro. And he's involved in that. Paolo again. This is all about social media and advertising and promoting. We've got Claudio Daniel Castro in Argentina, and Jorge Drake in Germany. So financial support for some members of New Technology. We've got the team for that. We've got Mike Nerney, the retro tech guy from the UK, Thomas in Poland, Paul Resendez in the USA. I'm sure. What I'm showing you is you realizing that this is a global reach. We're getting people from all around the world to get involved. Marvin Drugsma in the Netherlands, Frank helped set this up. He's going to do the hardware evaluation. Dave Haney, of course, in the USA. So I've really tried lots of other people that we're talking with. So what I'm trying to just portray to you is that the money that you guys individually spend, which is going to be a very small amount, will go back to growing the community and helping the community get bigger and better and better. Now, just at launch day, because I lost a couple of months, so those of you who don't know, I was ill recently and I was actually in hospital for a while. And I lost a couple of months, and there's just nothing I can do about it, which is why my books, I've got volume 2, volume 3, and the German version of the Inside Story, all waiting to be printed. And I missed the Christmas deadline, so they're all happening as we speak. But and that has delayed me with the AGA project. So now we're saying 1st of April will be the launch date of the website and so on. And anybody who subscribes, I want you to subscribe immediately, But your subscription, your annual subscription won't start until the first day, or if it's a month later, when we actually launch the website. So nobody's going to miss out on anything. And again, it's just part of me being completely open and honest about what's happening. Other benefits of being a member, you get advance notices and access to new product releases. We are negotiating with everybody as they sign up to get discounts offered to members, so that there is a benefit to being a member as well as the fact that you're contributing towards the betterment of the community. Okay, every member will receive a signed certificate. Voila. This is the Amiga Global Alliance certificate, and it will be filled out with first of the company's name and what type of member they are. I'll sign it, and then the person themselves can sign it. They're going to get one of those that proudly display in your place of work or at home in your man cave or whatever. I think you can see that we put a lot of work into this, and it's been, I honestly believe it's been very well thought through. Now, for me, what's even more important than this, although this is the core of what's even more important, is our medium and longer term goals, what we want to do with the community and the money that the fund that this community raises. So I want to establish a Commodore Amiga Foundation, a not-for-profit organization where we can archive lots of material, probably in conjunction with an existing museum somewhere in the world. And there are many museums around the world. I've spoken to a lot of them, and everybody says, I want to be part of that. But we want to establish this not-for-profit foundation. Secure the archive of Amiga historical material, potential collaboration with an existing museum, or maybe even more than one museum. I want to establish a Hall of Fame to honor all the significant contributors to the Commodore Amiga history. And there are lots of them, people like Jack Jamil, people like Kit Spencer, and R.J. Michael, and all the people who set up the Amiga and so on and so forth. So we have a Hall of Fame established. I also want to establish an awards ceremony, and I'm talking about a top class event, black tie, proper black tie, where significant contributors to the community, products, people, performances will be recognized and awarded with trophies and certificates. Think of the Emmys and the Grammys, etc. Now, another goal too of the medium longer term goal, I'm astounded that the Jack Jamil Commodore story has never been properly told, potentially in the form of a Hollywood movie, or at the very worst, a series of television documentaries. The story is phenomenal. You know, Jack Jamil was a Jew rescued from Auschwitz by the American military. And he immediately went to America and joined the American military to say thank you. Then he started a typewriter shop in the Bronx. From that, he built what became $1 billion global empire. And the story has got everything. It's got ethos, pathos, traitorship, it's got romance, and it's got skullduggery also. The story is an absolute natural to be told, preferably in the form of a Hollywood movie. Now, we understand, even as a strong community, even if everybody in the world joined, we would never be able to raise enough funds to actually get a movie made, because you're talking millions and millions of dollars. However, what I know we can do, and I absolutely intend to do, is to establish what's known as a war chest, which is an amount of money put to one side to allow select people to go to Hollywood, to meet up with these people and say, look, how about doing this movie, and try to negotiate a deal where the Hollywood people do the movie. Or, I said, I work, talk to people like Netflix, Apple TV, all of these people, even YouTube, about doing a series of documentaries. This story needs to be told. And so the whole ethos and purpose and objective of the AGA, Amiga Global Alliance, is to help to bring this about. Right, in summary, Amiga Global Alliance, Commodore Amiga fans around the globe under one umbrella. Modest annual fee brings massive community benefits. Best website for intensive and extensive resource. Financial support for developers of hardware or software. I mean, I'm not talking massive support, but help them getting started, which I think nobody's ever done. Certainly as a community, I think we ought to be. Variable member discounts for fellow member sellers. Advertising, marketing funds to promote member activity. Thousands of fans, clubs, developers, retailers, etc., now collaborating and growing our favorite community. Right. If this was not enough reason to subscribe, and I hope you agree that it's a concept that's worth supporting. I really hope that you do, because as you can see, I'm very passionate about it, and I think it's something that this community, we bloody well deserve it. So here's my introductory launch offer. It's a bonus bundle for those people who decide that they will support and subscribe. This is what we're offering for £37 or euros. We're offering the ebooks, these two as ebooks, download. We're offering video downloads of Commodore, Alive and Kicking, Amiga Alive and Kicking, a brand new videos only released this year. We've also got the extended remix of Viva Amiga, which has an hour and 40 minutes of additional material on from the original film. These are all downloadable. There's a 64 game called Cosmic Force you can download. There's also video download of the Blu-rays or DVD, which were interviews done with me at the time I was writing this book. And it has a few little things in there which are not in the book. It's also got a 40-minute documentary about Jack Tramiel. And the reason why I wanted to include that is because my story starts only a few months before Tramiel left Commodore. Apart from a 2-minute meeting with him at the CES, in January of '94, and 2 minutes with him, I never met Jack. But you can't have the story of Commodore without Tramiel. So putting that 40-minute documentary, which is done by Kim Justice, is really good. That gives you a lot more information about Jack. I've also got music CD download, which I've actually got a copy. This is a CD that I did when Commodore finished in '94-5. I opened a recording studio because my background has been in music for a long time. I was a professional musician long before I joined Commodore. And we did an album which is called Everybody's Girlfriend, which is an analogy of what the Amiga was. And it was a celebration of music of 10 years of the Amiga. And it's all real music. It's all instruments and vocals. It's not computer music. But when you're a real musician, you know, there aren't many real musicians who really get off on computer generated music. And it's all real music. And the only thing we knew about our target audience was they either owned an Amiga or wanted to buy an Amiga. So what we did is we put 14 tracks, and they're all different genres of music. That's something for everybody if you like. For example, like there's one track which I composed and I played track on the album. It's a flamenco track. It's called Panamia Amiga for my Amiga, and it was a homage to J minor. That's on there. So if you want to hear a bit of me playing guitar, I can't play anymore. In fact, I'm not too old, but that's there. And that's a part of the deal. And there's also the audio book of this, which Ben would do. And that's an amazing thing. 8¼ hours of audio. It's fabulous, really, really good. So you're getting all of that in £37. You've got actually nothing to lose because there's a lot more value than £37 or euros. So as an encouragement to subscribe. I just go through there. I've just basically covered all of these. Now here's a shocking thought. Oh my God. Whilst we encourage you to subscribe now, as we've already commenced building the website, delivery of the bonus bumper bundle will be within a few days. That might have to change now because I'm now doing a Kickstarter, but that's another story. But suppose, for example, you pay your 37. You pay £37 of this bundle, and you get your membership for free. It's basically that's what it is. Okay, so your pastime, your playtime, and your passion now focused on your global community. And as I said, we want that to become the pinnacle of excellence. Now, here's a thought, final but potentially significant thought. Imagine this logo becoming the de facto mark for excellence for anything to do with Commodore and Amiga. And it usurps the need to pay a trademark logo. So if you're producing something that's for the Amiga, you don't have to pay an extortionate amount of royalties if you use the word Amiga on your product. This is our community, it's your logo, and it tells anybody who's buying it that this is top quality. And that value is immense. Because as I'm sure you're aware from this book and volume 2, volume 3, the amount of litigation there's been about these trademarks and logos is immense. So this is basically what I'm saying to you. So, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for listening to me. I hope you got something out of it. And I hope that you're as excited about the project as I am. I'm here for the next 2 days. I'll happy to sign anything that you want me to sign except checks. Unless you're to leave, of course. And so the books are available. I'm selling the books at 40 Canadian dollars each, or both for 70. It's a very good. I mean, they're 35 pounds a retail. And if I tell you that for me to send one book to Canada is 18 pounds and 40 pence, you're saving an awful lot of money by buying direct from me. Anyway, ladies, thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoyed it. Well, questions, answers, anything?
I got a question. Obviously, there's a lot of information floating around the web that's in archive.org, related to hardware on the Amiga and stuff like that, technical information. Are you planning on bringing all of that information together?
Absolutely. There's going to be no limit to this. We want this to be a complete center of excellence for everything to do with me. I mean, nobody's done it. I can't believe nobody's done it before.
Yeah, it's just that some of the information is starting to disappear off archive.org.
Yeah.
And we're presuming that may be because of copyright.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, for example, if you take this book, and you look at all of the companies that are involved in this one, in the section to 2005, there's all these different companies. You know, a lot of them don't exist anymore, but we still have to try to get approval to use their logos and all this sort of thing. It's a bloody nightmare. It's a minefield, which is one of the reasons why I really think that we can get the AGA logo established as the de facto standard, we can avoid all those situations. But anybody who's got anything to do with Commodore Amiga in its history, we were there to help them. We are going to embrace them and say, yes, you're part of this community, and we'll put all your information, the information that you want out there, we'll put out one. So,
Book 2 and 3,
yes.
Is there a library?
Yes, there is. Book 2, as it happens, I should have tomorrow the manuscript having been proofread by David Working. What happened is, I don't know if you know, I was ill. I was actually in hospital for a while. I lost a good 2 months. I was in the hospital 3.5 weeks, but being ill before and recovering. The net result is I lost 2 months, which put this project behind and put the books behind. And unfortunately, I missed the deadline for printing Christmas. Every man and his dog who prints a book once a month, but they want it for Christmas. And I just missed it. Can't do anything about it. So my guess is volume 2 should be probably in January, early February. And then volume 3 is about 5 or 6 weeks behind. We're actually final editing what we're doing now. So it's only a few weeks behind. If anybody wants to pre-order, please do, because I promise you they're on the way. I wouldn't be interested in something like this if they weren't. They're on their way. Thanks for your patience. Yes, sir.
Can you just tell the story with the bundling of a game? And I don't remember whether it was a movie coming out and the game in the UK. And I remember you just went to the people and said, if you have the balls to do it.
Yeah.
I just
love to be reminded of it. This was, to be honest with you, this is really what got me my sales and marketing director in the UK. I kept getting new bosses, new managing directors from the UK coming in, and most of them were the same track. They knew nothing at all about the consumer market. And I had a new guy come in, Steve Franklin's name, was a young guy, and when he came from the business systems market, I think he was with anyway, he was with a business product. And when he came in, the first thing he did was he sacked everybody in our business systems division except 2 people. He didn't sack our education guy, because he got all the footholds into the education market, university and stuff. And he didn't fire Kieran Sumner, who was in charge of the Amiga 1000, which was the only Amiga product we had at that time, because he didn't know anything about the Amiga. He got rid of everybody else. He didn't speak to me for 2 weeks, not one word, swear to. Anyway, he came in on the first day of the 3rd week and said, "Pleasure, it's my office." No. I said, "Look, Mr. President, he said, I don't know any other way to say this. He said, but if I knew anybody who understood your side of the business, you wouldn't be here today. Well, thanks a lot, you know. He said, no, he said, I don't know anything about you. He said, but I've been told to change the ethos of Commodore UK, so that's what I'm here to do. So he said, on the basis that I'm stuck with you, here are my rules. And then you spent 20 minutes telling me about integrity and honesty and all this sort of stuff, you know, everything which I live by every day of my life. So when it finished, I said, Steve, that's okay. I said, I'll tell you what, Steve, I'm not to deal with you. You're in no fucking position to make a fucking deal with me. So hear me out. I said, if you let me do what I want to do, I'll bring you either more business than you've ever seen in your life before, or you'll have reasons to get rid of it. What do you want to do? I said to him, what's that over there? And there's an Amiga 500 sat on there. It's a fucking computer. I said, no. So it's a piece of plastic with some keys on it. I said, have you ever tried to market that? How can you make it exciting? What are you talking about? I said, look, so I want to change the way that we market our consumer product. So from now on, we don't sell computers, we sell dreams. What do you mean? I said, I want to do a package that has on the package everything that this product would give you, all this visual display, so that we attract the attention of people. He said, what do you mean? I said, look, I said, what I want to do is I want to talk with my team, find out what's going to be the next big game coming, and then do a deal with them, see if we can go back based around that game. But we must always have inside the package, you must also have productivity software, word processing, art, stuff like that. So the parent can say, I'm buying this for my kids' education. We all know that's bullshit, but that's what they need to say. So anyway, he said, okay, go ahead. So I sat with my team, and everybody was unanimous. The game that everybody was looking forward to, only just been announced, was coming from Ocean Software, and it was Batman the movie. And Ocean Software had just come back from Hollywood, and they just paid $1 million for the rights to use the name in their game. Anyway, I'd spent a lot of time over my 3 or 4 years previously getting close relationships with the software houses, because at one time when I first joined, everybody hated Commodore. We were a faceless company, didn't know, but I changed all that. I got relationships with them, which of course always pays benefit. So I went to Ocean, I sat down in front of the 2 directors, and I said, gentlemen, I'm going to give you a proposal now that you'll either have the balls to go with, or you'll send them in the white coats and take me away. What do you want to do? I said, Batman the movie. I said, when's it coming out? I said, we're planning coming out in September. So this is what I want to put, but I want to put it back together, which will feature Batman. The fact that there is a Amiga inside of the internet. And I said, basically, I want you to give me that game for 2 months, exclusively in the pack. You can't buy it across the counter, only available in the pack. I said, I want to pay you very little for it. And I only want to commit to 10,000 bits. So the first thing they said was send them in white coats. Anyway, they sat down and talked it through. And they said, David, we've got a couple of concerns. I said, only 2. And they said, they won't worry us. We think our dealers are going to be upset if you have this point exclusively. And I said, guys, they will be. But I said, if this works the way I think it's going to work, they won't be upset for very long. Because if this works, they'll be selling a £400 product vis-a-vis a £40 product. And I know as a retailer what I prefer to sell. They said, we've just paid $1 million. We've estimated the cost of another $1 million to make the game. And we've done all our numbers. We know how many we need to sell in order to not just make our money back, but also, to make a profit. And I said, we're afraid that this activity is going to affect those numbers. And I said, well, gentlemen, the thing is, I've got a much, much bigger advertising budget than you. I had a 5% marketing budget, and we were doing £100 million. So I had £5 million marketing budget. Not all to be spent on one thing, but that's what I had. And I said, I want to market the hell out of it. Anyway, they decided to go for it, which I commend them. Because that was I took a lot of guts to do that. Anyway, the net result was, as I predicted, the dealers were really pissed off about 2 days, and then all was forgiven. They ended up, they sold 5 times the volume, the highest estimate of the game. And I didn't take 10,000 pieces from them. I ended up taking 186,000 pieces. Because that's how many Amiga 500s we sold in 12 weeks. That's the story. 186,000 pieces. What do you think of that?
Thank you.
You know, can you see? But the crazy thing is that, you know, I went to meet Ali, who was my boss in World Quite Boss, and said, look, this is what you do. This is how you market as well. And our target audience are the same all over Europe, all over the world, really, but particularly over Europe. Same age group, same parents. We should spread this across over Europe. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't make anybody do it. So everybody got their own marketing budget, did their own thing. They all advertised in different ways, different commercials, and so stupid. And I said to him one day, I said, Matty, I just went on holiday. I said, I took my wife and my kids and we went to Heathrow Airport. There's a big sign, Sony the message. When we landed in Malaga, that's the same sign in Spain. I said, we're not doing any global advertising. What is wrong? Wouldn't do it. Absolutely wouldn't do it. No, in my book, we have sales prevention. Anyway, guys, please come and buy my book. I need the money. If any more questions as well, I'm here for 2 days. Back to talking. If you've got any artifact that you want to sign, we'll be happy to do so. Thank you for your time.
Oh,
They do it. For a while, say, good.
For those online, we'll be having Bill on in just a moment.
What's Bill doing? Sunday. Live Sunday.
This is Bill.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill, Amiga Bill.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Pull that out. I'm all right now, right? I'm a lot smaller than I was. I lost a lot of weight, which I needed to do. Still not enough. Right. Steady on your feet.
Can I help you carry it?
Would you mind?
Oh, no.
Thank you.
And I'll trade you for a signature or autograph.
yeah,
Let me just look a little bit.
Hey, they were supported by.
Yeah.
Just a bit of.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. Just a We're working. Yeah, I'm just looking, well, we have one drop and we have. Go and say that there was that, so like, you know, right? So we ran a bit late, but next day we can set up because we don't have very, all the money. My first time. Oh, okay. Very good. Well, I appreciate that. Okay.
When I see the next speaker is online.
Hello. Hello.
I usually don't. Usually. Quality image of the person. Always give them the absolute minimum. They ask that question.
So if I get the good parents, I can't have the benefit. One of the.
So Bill, I've made you, co-host.
It's like joining. So up here.
Okay.
This problem. Yes.
Bill, can you speak so we can make sure you.
Testing, 1, 2. Can you see me?
Nope, I can barely hear you.
You can barely hear me.
Yeah, can you raise your mic volume?
I'm still bad.
Actually, I think I know what I'm doing wrong.
I mean, I can't really hear you. You sound like you're kind of distant.
Yeah,
I've had a few moments.
sorry, just a moment.
But can you see the beginning of the presentation on the screen?
Yes, it's just pet cat on my part, I apologize.
Okay.
Is that loud enough? Sounds good, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
So we're ready to start?
What do you need me to do?
At this point, you can start, I guess. Give me a sec, let me check with Brian, just one more moment.
Okay.
Usually, some people will know what it is. Get the other conversation. I remember that. It's kind of in retro days. But there are other parts where
You can see the PowerPoint?
Yep, we have your PowerPoint on.
Okay.
You're also being shown in the main room.
Okay, well then just let me know when to start.
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and start now.
Okay, hi, everybody. I don't see the Discord thread at the same time, so I'm going to assume that if you have any questions or whatever, you'll have to ask them verbally or ask somebody to ask them. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Bill Degnan, and I am I guess you call me the chief curator of the Kennett Classic Computing Museum and Gift Shop. And this talk is about how to run essentially an independent or an indie museum relating to computers. And related to that, a talk specific to Commodore and Commodore information is kind of mixed in with it just because that's the group we're talking to today. Here's a view from the front door. It's we are located in a residential commercial small town off of Route 1, which is the route that goes from Maine down to Florida, but it's a nice quiet block, but there's a lot of restaurant traffic and so on where we're located. And so that takes me to the first point. What I did was I broke this talk into discussion points. And the first discussion point about running an independent computer museum is picking a location. So the idea here is the world is not necessarily knowledgeable or interested in computer museums. So by putting a computer museum in the middle of a restaurant, small town, commercial area, people will just kind of wander in and see what this is all about. And in doing so, introduces the world to the world of computing and computing history. Here's a view from the entrance room, the first room of 5 rooms that we have. This picture was taken in the past month, and you can see that we have a lot of displays and computer artifacts. And in this particular picture shows a lot of things from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And here's a view of the small gift shop area that we have set up, and you can see various types of computer history themed items for sale. The Kennett Classic is not a store. It has a very small gift shop relative to the rest of the exhibits, and the store itself is kept in one spot. So that what you're looking at is the only place where there's actually things that are for sale. You can see books, you can see some mugs, you can see Commodore chicken head hot sauce, and so on. Okay. Again, if anybody, I don't know if anyone wants to chime in, feel free to speak up if you want to say something. Please feel free. I don't know if there's a way to confirm I'm being heard. Is there anyone else on the
You are being heard fine.
Okay, good. Okay. Point number 2 is having a successful independent computer museum it's not going to be a profitable venture. So you have to get nonprofit status, and it takes a little while. We finally have earned 501c status, which in America is the status from the IRS that enables you to do fundraising. But before we actually got the status, we had to do a lot of paperwork and work with my accountant and work with hire a lawyer temporarily to set things up. And they advise you to act as if you're operating as if you're a nonprofit right from the beginning, including having a guest registry, recording your donations, and basically start keeping a separate books. Run it like a business, but run it like a nonprofit business. And it doesn't hurt to read a book or go online and read up about what that involves for the location that you are. Here's a picture of our guest registry computer. This is the newest computer in our museum, and it's a Silicon Graphics Octane. And as you can see, it's got a picture of the actual guest registry. Here's another, this is a Next computer. It's also serving as a guest registry. This is a computer web page as if it was 1995. And the idea here is we tied the guest registry in with a sort of a journey through the museum to see what kinds of things had to happen to finally get to the point that you had a computer capable of connecting to the internet. When people first walk into the museum and they see a Next or a Silicon Graphics computer, they remark about how old it is and how primitive it is and how old the web pages look and so on. But by the time they get to the end of the museum, again, they realize how many things have to go into making a Next computer or a Silicon Graphics computer. So it's got two purposes. But we use the guest registry to help record officially the number of visits we have, should we be audited, or somebody want to confirm that, yes, we are indeed providing a service to the community. Okay, next point, knowing your strengths and playing upon them. This is a view of our many library shelves. One of our biggest strengths is that we really work hard to maintain a good quality computer themed library with a lot of very on target, very on topic magazines and books about computing. And we have also a lot of, here's an example that you might find, maybe some of you remember this newsletter. We save a lot of newsletters that are related to different industries. Here's another one, the CBug library directory about the B series Commodore computers. So I like to foster a collection of actual paper documentation and to keep it nice and have it available to the public. And so what we do is we make it so that one of our strengths is making this information available either remotely, scanning things, or having people actually be able to come in and do research. From that, we have a lot of great art that we can pull from the documentation we have. We've got materials from the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. And we also, it's not just a library, of course, we also do have actual computing artifacts. Unfortunately, or fortunately, and depending on how you look at it, there really are no 50s computers lying around that you can just put into a museum. So you have to look for those things that are related to computers or pieces of computers, such as this core memory here from I'm not sure exactly what year it's from, but this is the kind of core you would have seen in the 50s and early 60s. We have a lot of newspapers. Computer World was a great newspaper from the 60s that we have a reasonably good collection of. And of course, we do have some wonderful computer hardware. Here's a picture of a data point 3300 that a volunteer at the museum actually got up and running. repaired the keyboard and the power supplies and everything. And then we put a Wi-Fi modem on the back of it so it actually connects to the internet. Here's another example of People's Computer Company. Is a San Francisco newspaper in the early 70s. And the Gametronics and the computer, the first West Coast Computer Fair and so forth. Now, Gametronics is interesting because in this proceedings was a article from, this is January 18th of 1977, showing what's his name? Chuck Peddle demonstrating a Commodore PET. Now we're talking about January 18th, 1977. So one of the great things about having a library is you can, and you're a person like me and others who love to read and do research, you can find things like this. This isn't any particular computer history magazine, but it is interesting that this is an earlier visual of the PET than the Apple or the TRS-80 Model 1. So some could argue that the PET came first, although I'm sure the Apple people and the Tandy people might disagree. Here's another, some more clippings taken from some of the newspapers and magazines that we have on site. The Commodore PET, this is October of 1977, Byte magazine, I believe, on the left. And that would be because you don't just put a magazine out, there's many months, the picture was probably taken earlier in the summer. And so again, it just shows that there was a functional PET in the summer of 1977. Here's on the left, you can see the Commodore service manual. These were given to repair centers around 1979, 80, 81 by Commodore to make it easier for repair centers to support the Commodore computers. I have a lot of these kind of things, the service bulletins and service manuals that came out. And one of the things I'm interested in doing as far as TPUG goes is maybe collaborating and seeing what's missing from your library. And I'd like to learn more about the kinds of things that you have there, and or if you've got a museum, what kind of items that you're showing as well. Here's a picture of a B series computer with the fast bus. It gives you the ability to connect to like a 1571 drive, and this was sold for the B series. Here's an example of a Commodore a 25680 that's booting up MS-DOS 1.25. And so we have a lot of really neat, interesting things at the museum that you can fire up if you came to visit us in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, which I know is not very close to Toronto, but it's right down 95 on your way to Florida. But this is an example of the kind of things that we have here that really aren't necessarily valuable or famous, but I think they're really neat that Commodore made a coprocessor board with a 8088 processor that and Microsoft sent them a copy of DOS, and somebody in the Commodore labs actually got it running. And it's kind of neat to imagine what it would have been like if Commodore had gone a different way with the B series computers. We've also received a library of the Connecticut Microcomputer software, PET software library. We have that on file here with the cassette tapes and other types of magazine articles from, not necessarily from mainstream computer magazines. So I'm just showing you some pictures. This was one of those experiments that we did where we used the user port to make it so that if you type in one keyboard, it shows up on the other screen and vice versa. This was to experiment in writing games that use the ability to connect a bunch of PETs together. Here's some more pictures from the magazines and things that we have on file. This is one of the first sequencer synthesizers on the left, the Muse by Triadex. Here's a terminal that from a local person in our area, which we try to feature if possible, things from the Mid-Atlantic, Philadelphia, Delaware, Maryland area. On the left, the AlphaCom. This is from the late 60s, early 70s. It looks awfully like a PC from 5 or 6 years later. It had core memory and it had the ability to connect and do form processing remotely by just hooking it up to a power source and connecting it like it was a teletype. Okay, I don't know if there's any questions, so I'm just going to keep going. The next point to make about having an independent computer museum is to remember that not everybody who comes to a computer museum knows anything about computers or computer history, but they do know about stories and they do know how to connect to where the computer fit into their lives. So it's important that if you're going to be putting together a presentation for the general public, that you remember that you're not probably you watching this right now, even as a Commodore aficionado, aren't necessarily the general public. And although it's important to have an independent computer museum that, or an independent museum of any kind that caters to all types of people, you want to remember that not everybody is like you if you consider yourself to be an expert. So as a result, what we try to do is pair, especially when we don't have the complete computers, but like in the 50s and the 60s, we try to pair artifacts with stories. Here's an example where this is the Jolt, which is this first 6502 based computer. The 6502 obviously later went on to be in the PET and the Apple II and the Atari line of computers and so on. But we found an article from the library. So playing on our strengths and putting a story behind it, we can talk not just about the fact that it's the first 6502 computer, but we can talk about how it was used to teach children how to do computing. And also next to that, not shown here, but we also have an Atari 2600 because the Jolt was used as the prototype to make Combat, which was what was taken to the venture capitalists to build the first Atari 2600. So this computer is historically important, not necessarily because people know about it, because of the things that it led to. And by telling those stories, most people can identify with an Atari 2600, or they can identify with teaching children how to use a computer. Some of you might recognize Commodore logo. Before Commodore got started selling computers, they were making office supplies and cash registers and so on. Now we are Commodore land here in Kennett Square area. We're very near Westchester, Pennsylvania, right down the road. So you're going to see a higher percentage of Commodore artifacts, I call them, than you would normally see in your average town across the United States or Canada. And if, for example, somebody came in and said, hey, would you like this? It says Commodore on it. And so we're using it to store papers and documents. But it also reminds us, and it makes it easier for us when we're giving a tour, to show how Commodore evolved from a company that didn't make computers into one that did. We also have people who stop by. Now, this CIT 101 terminal might not be interesting to a Commodore person until you realize that it was actually in Commodore, and it was the terminal that was being used, and it was the vendor that Commodore used to actually do their work when they connected to a mainframe computer or whatever it is they were connecting to, and that was their service tags that they put on the back of things. Here's another one from somebody else. This is a Hayes modem. And this came from a Commodore engineer's wife who dropped off his bench Amiga 1000 computer that he used to do development and actually create the advancements in Amiga technology. And another thing that she brought was an interesting development version of the Commodore 64 motherboard that, if you study it, and I've been told, because I'm not an engineer, that there's duplications on this board. It was almost used to kind of bridge the gap between the C version and the original breadbox version of the Commodore 64. And this was just brought in, donated by just a local person, basically, whose husband happened to have worked at Commodore, and he just saved it. So if you look at the engineering, you can see the old and the new that you could turn on and off to verify that the new function works along with the original function, and making sure that the new version of the Commodore 64 worked. And so I guess that's part of the way that they did it back then. Here's some pictures of some people who just stopped by. One gentleman stopped by to donate a Commodore 4000, and got some another couple who came in to just from the gift shop. We have Commodore mouse pads, and we also have a free pile, and we give away a lot of stuff. So they were taking some of the free stuff that we happen to have available. We get a lot of donations, but the rule is for everything that comes in, something has to go out. So as a result, if you're on our mailing list and you're nearby, we make announcements as to when things become available, and you can swing by and pick them up. Here's another example. We work with people who are disabled. Sometimes there was a family that came in, and they had a child who, for whatever reason, was very interested in the Commodore computing, and so we did a special tutorial session on getting it up and running. And so it's nice to have stories behind the computers, not just showing a bunch of things that were purchased on eBay. Okay, so let's say you wanted to start a computer museum, and you wanted to know how to get started. The first step is to think in your mind about not necessarily, opening, mortgaging our home and buying everything you can find on a particular subject on eBay and then saying, here, look at my museum. But start thinking about making exhibits, one exhibit at a time, and saving that exhibit one exhibit at a time, so that you don't reuse the same items from one exhibit to another. So in other words, you say, here's my exhibit about this, and here's my exhibit about that. And one of the best places you can do something like that is at a World of Commodore or a Vintage Computer Festival. There's one in the East, there's the Midwest, and they're all over the world now. Here's an example. In 2005, I did an example on the B series Commodore computers. This was a Vintage Computer Festival East 3.0. This was the first one held in Wall, New Jersey. And this exhibit was saved, and eventually it showed up again in the Kennet Classic Museum. So these items were put together in a thoughtful way to tell the story of the B series Commodore computer, which personally I find very interesting. I think because it's an alternative history of what could have happened. And I always liked, I thought they were just kind of beautiful machines, and it was something to dive into as a personal interest. Here's another example. This is an analog computer, a Heathkit EC1. This was exhibited at a different Vintage Computer Festival. And this is nice because it actually shows the falling body problem outputted to the oscilloscope. Here's another example. These items, and some of these items were taken to them, I used to call them suitcase exhibits, because I would take as much as I could fit in my luggage, and I would fly to the Vintage Computer Festival Midwest, and then I would put these out as exhibits, just simple plug boards and tube modules from vintage computers from the 50s, and those were then eventually saved, and then those were actually found their way on the shelves in our industrial computing room in Kennet Classic. Here's another example. This is one of the things that we talk about is the difference between the Motorola 68,000 and the Intel 8088 computer designs, and how IBM went one direction, and then ultimately the Macintosh and the Amiga used the 68,000 and the pluses and minuses of either. And so this is just a view of one of the shelves as you're walking through the museum. The Sage is the 68,000 computer that probably no one's heard of before, and it was a failure in the market because they didn't take advantage of the graphic capability that the 68,000 had an advantage over compared to the 8088. Okay, again, I can't hear if anyone has any questions, and I don't see the Discord, so I'm just going to keep moving forward, so save your questions to the end. The next major point is to have a clearly defined scope that any average person can understand. This is a recurring theme that I'm definitely trying to put forward that a museum needs to take the strengths that you have as a presenter, as a curator, as a historian, and then develop a scope and focus on those things specifically. So again, when a person walks in, they clearly understand, what is this a museum about? This is not a museum of the junk I have. This is a museum about specific themed items. Here's just a funny, we have a just a funny little greeting card that we sell, but that's kind of the idea here, is that one of the funny things that happens to us, because we're located in an area with a lot of boutiques and museums and whatnot. Sometimes couples will be walking along and they'll see the sign to the computer museum, and one or the other of them will go, "Oh, I'm going to go check that out really quick," and the other one will continue shopping. And so a lot of the times you get one half of a couple, because they're the ones that want to see the computers, where the other one has no interest in them at all. But it definitely sometimes people will walk in, they'll look around, and then they just immediately turn around again. It's funny. Here's a view of some of the books. We have a lot of books, many bookcases. You can see some of them behind me. And again, very targeted and very specific to computing and computing technology, not just a bunch of useless manuals and things that don't pertain to the business. Here's just a scan of an article from a Popular Electronics. Here's a picture of a plug board display. We were talking about the punch cards, and this part of the tour where we talk about how before there were electronic computers, there were things that were computing devices, such as mechanical adding machines, and there were, of course, punch card readers. And this plug board shows how you could delimit a card reader so that you could delimit like first name, last name, and the address information, and so on. So this is just a visuals. We don't actually have the IBM 29. We'd love to have one, but we can talk and tell the story, and we can show examples of those kinds of things that were used within the computers. Here's some Commodore specific items. Does anyone ever see the Commodore 1-watt transceiver walkie-talkie? Probably not, but just so you know, this is not a Commodore branded device, but it is a Commodore on the name, and so it's fun to just have these kinds of things around. Again, Commodore adding machines before computers was their business. Here's some just more photography. This is a large print that we have on the wall. Here's some more photography of the Commodore Super Pet. Here's a Commodore model 8096. This was found in a local thrift shop, and you don't really see the 8096 very often. A lot of people upgraded the 64K, but actually to see the branded version, that was in part because of the fact that we're in Commodore land, and so you're going to see a lot of the last things sold by Commodore are going to still be in this area. Here's a view of the 8-bit room. You see lots of computers. You see Commodore, you see Apple, you see Atari, you see in the back, you see the Altairs and the other kinds of things. People who come to a museum like this, they want to see, there are certain kinds of computers they're going to want to see. They're going to want to see a Commodore 64. They're going to want to see an Altair. They're going to want to see an Apple II. They're going to see the computers that they used when they were doing computing. So if you show too many rare and esoteric computers, then people won't be able to connect with your museum as well. And the average viewer, the average visitor isn't going to understand what this is all about. Here's some more scans, photography from this. This is from the 16-bit room. Here's some newer computers. So you can see the PS2, some VMS machines, some Sun, and so on. So you wanted to create a computer museum, and you know that you've been banking exhibits. It could take, in my case, 20 years to prepare for this. So it's really important that you also have an inventory system, and you've got storage of your inventory that's going to, be there for the long haul. So you really need to have a plan as far as how am I going to document what I've got, and how the exhibits are going to be put together. And if somebody wants to collaborate with me or your team of people on something, that you'll be able to retrieve it, and that you won't come back to it 10 years from now and find that it's not in operational condition. Many of you know, buying something from somebody on eBay and they said it worked when I put it in storage in 1983. And you know what that means? It almost certainly is the RIFR cap is going to go up, and it's not going to be working. So it's very important you have an inventory system, not only what you have, but you have some sort of record of the last time it was powered on and what the circumstances are with the computer. And in my case, I use vintagecomputer.net, which is my blog website that records the activities of a computer, and I can reference the last time I used a computer using that website, and notes and databases and so on. It seems like a lot of work, so it's important that you gear your scope to what you can handle and what you have time to do. Some more pictures. Here's some B series cards, some user card hardware, some core memory, and some other things from the mid-60s. One of the other inventory-oriented things is archiving disks. Disks don't last forever, so we have a station set up to record, to make copies of disks or make disks available to other people. We have a lot of people who come into Kenna Classic and they'll have an 8-inch disc, or they'll have a paper tape, or they'll have a 5 1/4-inch disc that they did their dissertation, or they had a game and they want to put it onto a thumb drive to use on an emulator. So we have a facility set up for that, and you can see this is image disk running, copying an 8-inch disk. Some more examples of the documentation we have on file, some more. And even more. You can see there is a lot in Kenna Classic's library. Okay, so you've got an inventory system. You know who's going to be walking in the door. You know where you have and what you have, and you have somewhat of a plan. The next thing you need to know is your audience. Now, I'm talking to Commodore people in general, although I'm sure many of you are like me, love Commodore, but also love other types of computers. But you need to know your audience. And in the case of a museum, if it's going to be a Commodore museum, then you know your audience is going to be Commodore people. But if it's a general purpose history museum, then you need to make sure that you're not necessarily favoring any one manufacturer or computer type, including gaming systems, business systems, scientific systems, and so on. But because this is a Commodore presentation, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've tried to find as many interesting Commodore images as I can. Here's a good example. This wouldn't necessarily be interesting to everybody, but those of you who are Commodore fans like I am, you would see how neat it is to see this kind of a cover, I guess, to a software package. I think this was like the inside cover to a 3-ring binder for Word Pro 4 Plus with a model working on her Commodore PET. Here's some more interesting things to a Commodore person. I've seen this Jim Butterfield picture floating around on the internet, but it's nice to have a copy, actually out of the magazine. And also, of course, you're going to read microcomputing and kilobaud and so on, because they have plenty of Commodore-oriented themed articles. This one I always thought was funny. This is an error. You can see the Commodore B128. Obviously, this is not the B128. It is the C128. So somewhere along the line, signals got crossed, and it's fun to find these kinds of articles as well. And you can see in the last sentence how Westchester, Pennsylvania, which is really only a few minutes down the road from us, is where the headquarters was. Another picture. This is from a punch card controller. This is from this is called a cord module from a control data computer from the mid-60s. Another know your audience example that I love to use is this PDP 1105. This has a working teletype, and people love the sounds and the percussiveness of a teletype printing out a program output. And similarly, if you were running a Commodore museum or an 8-bit museum or a game museum, obviously games have music and the sounds that come out of the games. But don't forget printers, the sound of printers, the sound of modems. Sound is a big factor in a museum as well. These are some of the favorite must-have type things that you should have in a, many people would expect to see. I hate to think of it that way, but you can see computer museums should have you should consider the fact whether you have something that enough people would want to see. Recently we got a donation of a PDP-8. We drove all the way from Chicago to pick this one up. This is definitely something that people would want to see. We have, from a Commodore standpoint, we used to, when we first opened the museum, we had a just Commodore display. But we still have a number of the items still up, a Commodore B520, a P500, and so on. So we're definitely not forgetting, that we have a lot of people who worked at Commodore and who were affiliated with Commodore in one way or the other, or just used Commodore computers. Tend a little bit higher percentage of those come to the museum. But IBM is located in the area, Burroughs, Franklin. There's a lot of other companies as well, so we can't forget them. Another photograph. This is some Suns with a Sun laptop and some Next computers. So this is newer stuff. The reason that I have this slide is to remind me that when we first opened the museum, we featured the 8-bit computers because that's what a lot of people in our generation think of when they think of vintage computers. But what I learned really quickly was when a high school student walks in the door, they don't understand or never heard of a Commodore 64. They don't really know what an Apple II is. So it's very important, we found, to include newer things all the way up to 1997, things that have a graphical user interface, things that connect to the internet or at least show something graphically. So there's a room in the museum dedicated to those items from the 386 class up and into the various types of workstations. So knowing your audience is important. Here's some mini computers, and for the VAX world, which personally I'm a big fan. I'm a big DEC fan as well. The next point in the talk is you have one shot to impress people. This was an important a lesson that I also learned when the museum was set up, because you have a random audience at first. Nobody knows you're there. You have a random audience of people who happen to be walking down the street on their way to a restaurant or on their way to a shop or whatever. We have a bookstore next door, and so on. People will walk into your museum, they'll look around and you'll hear them mumble to their significant other or their son or their daughter or whatever. They'll say, wow, Uncle Murray would love this place. So in other words, there's a 1 degree separation from your true audience at a computer museum. So it's important that you have a nice, friendly museum to invite anybody to come in, who will then recognize who they need in their family to tell, hey, you need to go check this place out. So 3 years in, we're getting more and more people who are making the journey to the museum specifically because they know the museum's there, and then they might go out to dinner. Whereas in the other way around, they go out to dinner and then they discover the museum. And those people are great because they set the time aside to really get into and work on things. And also, we have a great local community of people now who stop by and do nothing but work on computers. They bring them and we work together, especially on Saturdays. We have people working right now downstairs. Hey, Joe, who are working on computers because it's just a fun thing to do. So we've built a little community of people and run our own workshops here on repairing computers. And those people usually found out about the museum 1 degree of separation away. So here's some just nice display examples. Some scans of some more of the materials that we have on site. This is one of my favorites. This is from the Linking Ring magazine. This is an article about how far away does a person have to be to recognize an item if it's pixelated. It's one of the first times that this was a topic of discussion on in a magazine of general purpose. In this case, this is a magazine of magicians. So the magicians were talking about using computers in their magic. Here's another example of an advertisement that shows the comparison between the PET, the Apple, and the TRS-80 with the chess software. Here's a brochure for an early or mid-60s UNIVAC computer. Okay, and the next important thing to running an indie computer museum or any museum is go to other museums and get ideas for exhibits and layout, and then of course, how do they run a gift shop? Now, why am I even mentioning a gift shop? Gift shop is good because sometimes people walk in, and I should give credit to Karen, my partner in the formation of the co-founder of this museum. She said you have to have a gift shop because it makes people walk in. It also encourages people to just kind of browse a little bit because off the street they see a gift shop, they at least walk in. It gives you a little bit of time to hand them a brochure to give to their Uncle Murray or whoever it is that's interested in vintage computers. And you don't make a lot of money from it, but it makes it look like it's a real museum. So if you get examples, don't just get examples of how people do layouts and exhibits, just at least ask yourself, if I'm going to run a museum, do I want to include a gift shop? And if so, what do I want to sell? So this is a view of Burroughs' B17 front panel. And what I did was I attached it to a table. And so this is basically the table for the gift shop, and it just makes a computer theme, a more artistic theme, because part of what we wanted to do is didn't want to just present computer history for what it is. Let's see the time here. How are we doing? Okay, 15 more minutes. I'm just going to wrap this up pretty quickly, but you want to make things look good. You want to find the pictures that are colorful and artistic, and you want to make sure that you have these things on the walls in nice places, so you have colors, and so people see them and they want to be there. Computers can often be boring beige boxes, so you have to find ways of spicing it up. Speaking of spices, we also have our own branded chicken head hot sauce. This is a real legitimate hot sauce, and because the company that sponsors our museum is a web design firm, we have internal design, and so we created our own logo for playing off the chicken head logo. And it's funny, we didn't realize when we made this logo that it looked like Commodore because we were just making a chicken head, right? But this is a personal favorite of mine, hot sauces, and so we sell these in the gift shop. And here's a picture of Mike Tomczak, who stopped by. He was a guest speaker and presenter last year at our Kind of Classic 2.0 event that we have. We have an event once a year, and there he is posing with the hot sauce before we kind of got the event rolling. And kind of continuing on the theme I've already been talking about displays should be clean. They should be clean and safe for both artifacts and visitors. This plays on to the earlier point I had about the good inventory and safety for your inventory, and you're a steward of these computers, these things and these artifacts and these papers or whatever it is you have. If the purpose of your endeavor is to preservation and restoration of computing history, you've got to take that responsibility. You want to just hold these things hostage until they slowly deteriorate, but you should be thinking about the fact that these things should be in as good condition or better than they were when they were rescued, when somebody donated them. Similarly, when people walk in the door, it shouldn't smell moldy. It should be clean. The floors should be clean, and they should also be safe. People should be able to get up and down the stairs. There should be handrails and so on, because you're trying to make a public visiting location that's wheelchair friendly if possible, and so on. Lastly, don't leave machines running and unattended for too long. We absolutely have a policy of that. Not only that, we have fire extinguishers in every room because as we all know, vintage computers do go up. And even though usually it's the RIFA cap and it's not dangerous, you really definitely have to be prepared for anything. So I think it's important that you be responsible and you take this seriously. Here's an example, just an example of some more from the exhibits, some more 8-bit stuff. Continuing on about the pleasant environment. And again, the idea here is that you don't know who's going to walk in the door. So you want to make sure that that anybody can come in and that they're going to recommend this place to somebody. And the perspective of a person who isn't really as interested in computing history is going to be, is this neat? Is this colorful? Is this a place that I would want to bring my family? Here's another view of the gift shop. We have mouse pads. And this is just not as good of a picture of the 16-bit room. You can see the video game system in the background there. And then I think this is lastly, or almost lastly, know when to get help. You might know computer history, but that does not mean that you know how to make an exhibit or give tours or make displays. So if you're going to create a museum, make sure that you, like I did by working with Karen and other volunteers in the area, to play on your strengths. I know a lot about computer history. I used to teach computer history at the University of Delaware for 4 semesters. I was involved in the co-founding of the Vintage Computer, Middle Atlantic Retro Computing Hobbyists and the creation of that museum with Evan Koblenz. Layout of a gift shop and just generally speaking, what the flooring should be and the display shelving and so on. Those were things I didn't necessarily know about. And of course, I went to every museum in the area and every computer museum I could find so I could see what they were doing there, what I liked, what I didn't like, so I could work with Karen to come up with a plan for that. So this is just another scan. Everything you're seeing here is from our own library. And then our major sponsor, of course, is Pfizer, and they supply us with the caffeine that we need to stay awake mostly 3 or 4 days in a row, because running a museum and then having a full-time job and having 3 lovely children as a single dad involves some degree of stimulants. Lastly, social media is important for a computer museum, but remember that likes does not equal visits to the museum. Social media is great for announcements. And that your social media should be on topic. In other words, I have Kennett Classics Facebook page, which is different than my personal, and then on my Twitter feed, which is @BillDegg, I try to stay on the topic that's described and try not to get too political and mostly be about computers. But as YouTubers, and if there's any that are watching this right now, will attest, you can either be a YouTuber or you can be a repair guy, or you could run a museum, or you can run a club. It's very difficult to do all of those things. So one of the important things that I learned, and the last big point and tip I like to give to anyone who's interested in the museum, is to remember that you have to stay focused, stay narrow on it. And if you don't have enough for a museum, find a local business that would be willing to display your business computers. That, like, maybe it's an accounting firm that has a glass case and they'd be willing to put some of your interesting accounting computers in there. Or maybe there's like University of Delaware. I worked with them to fill up Smith Hall with TRS-80 Model 1 exhibit before, and perfected that for a year or 2 before moving it into the museum. So you don't have to run an entire museum. You can just do vintage computer festivals, and you can do local groups and local clubs and have traveling exhibits. So you can also collaborate with maybe 5 or 10 other people who have enough stuff to put it all together and put it all in one place. But it's the most important thing to remember is that you have to do what works for you, and you have to remember to be willing to follow the feedback of other people. So that is it. And if anyone has any questions, I would love to hear them.
Go ahead.
I'm curious if the gift shop is enough to sustain the cost of the lease of the retail space, or if there's fundraisers that are done.
The gift shop is absolutely not. It makes barely anything.
And what type of fundraisers would you like?
Well, we've just earned nonprofit status, so we're going to start. And that's a to be started things for 2023, starting in December. So right now it's privately funded. The plan is get it done, make it live, show that it works, and then people will see it's a credible service providing entity that is worthy of grants and fundraising. That's best I can tell you. The gift shop itself supports maybe utilities, something like that, and the money is turned around and used for maybe if we have an event or something like that, we'll use the money that we get from the event to pay for the food for the event. So it's not necessarily a money-making venture, and so there's a certain degree of luxury associated with running a museum, which again is why I would say it might not be for everybody, and you might be better off putting together good quality exhibits and then getting a local business to allow you to present them, or a library or a community center or so on.
Thank you. What entrance fees are there?
There's no entrance fee.
Including you have some kind of yearly thing?
Not at this time. I mean, obviously, now that we have the nonprofit status, the 501c, we're going to start working on that because you can't keep doing this forever. But we've been fortunate to be able to have a space and to be able to find a way to make it work. And you can't have an entrance fee to a gift shop.
So how did you, before the 501c3, make money and support the space if you didn't have any money coming in?
Just from private money.
I don't quite. I don't quite.
It's expensive, it's hard to, can't do it forever. Yeah, question.
Actually, I was just gonna ask you if the card is available online.
Pardon me?
If the card is available online for purchase.
The greeting card.
The greeting card, because I definitely.
Oh, they're only for sale in the museum itself, but if you're interested, you send a contact message through kennetclassic.com, which is our website, and you can contact us through there, and the only things that you can purchase through the website are the items that are for sale on eBay.
Oh, okay.
So I should say eBay sales, again, I don't want to make the museum look like it's a money-making venture, or the purpose of it is there, but I do have a few, maybe one or two computer cards and things like that for sale a month, that just are duplicates that aren't needed. But understand the computers that come in, they're almost, I'd say 70% of what you see in the museum are donations. We also have a donation jar, and people do put money in the donation jar. So I guess it adds up. We also do movies, television, magazines, and so on. That's not a huge money maker, but from time to time, people would like to rent a computer or for a legal case or whatever. I've been involved in a lot of different projects associated with that. People come in and they want to do archiving. Computer disks, that's a service that we charge for. Computer repair from time to time. People come in and try to get computers repaired. Nothing can be repaired that's newer than 1990, but if you bring something in from 1990 or older, that can be repaired here at an hourly rate, just like it was a computer repair shop.
So we have a question from Discord. Is the library open access to visitors? Can you visit and enjoy browsing books in a comfortable location?
Yes, we have a library specifically set up for that. We're almost done with making it so that you can just kind of walk in and look at everything. We were lucky to get donations of bookcases, and we need to install the dividers because magazines need dividers to kind of hold like a year up at a time. So right now, if you pull out May of 1967 in Popular Electronics, you're going to be pulling all the rest of the magazines out with it. So we need to make it so that it's something you can more conveniently work with. And I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to have a membership program where if you are a member, you pay some sort of a yearly fee to have access to the library, to differentiate between people who just want to borrow things. So we're not completely, you know, able to give all these services for free. But at the moment, if you come in and you want to have access to something, I'm more than happy to, or whoever happens to be here, happy to help you out. But we do pay for scanning. You know, if somebody wants scanning of like a UNIVAC document or something like that. Any other questions?
Any copyright issues with the Commodore logo?
We actually that Commodore logo, it's in my opinion, it's so barely used. We don't sell them on the internet or anything. It's you come in and you buy it from the gift shop only. But the poster, I don't know if you're familiar with the Commodore poster that we've been selling since 2006. We sold about 1,000 of those. That has no Commodore logo on it. But the owner of Commodore itself, the Commodore logo and the rights to Commodore, we have an agreement with them.
Oh, okay, cool.
But that owner sold it again, so I don't know where it stands legally anymore, honestly. And honestly, I don't really care. I don't know who's watching this or who will be watching this. They're welcome to come here and what are they going to do? Take the hot sauces? You know, I mean, I have the attitude of do something and ask for permission or say you're sorry later. But we do have documentation that says we're allowed to use the logo and for specific purposes in specific cases. Because just like with a nonprofit, you want to follow all the rules. You want to record all the money that you make. You want to do all those things so that you don't have to worry about it. And I believe that.
Okay. No question?
So when it's a weekday, you don't have too many visitors, what do you do with your time there?
We have visitors every day because this is a retail location. So there's people walking around all the time. Especially at Christmas. There's certain times of the year where there's more people than others, but pretty much people come in pretty regularly. So it's not I can't think of a day that goes by where people aren't coming here. And that was part of the plan. Put it in a place where people are going to go, you know, that go with the flow of their life and their activities. Because I feel like if you have a museum that's off the beaten track, you're going to get a more targeted audience. You're going to get people who are more specifically interested in your theme of computer history or art or springs or radios or whatever it is that you have at your museum. But the idea behind this museum and the reason that our mugs say hello world on them and so on, and the whole theme of the place is that we're introducing computing history to people who basically didn't even know it was a thing.
I have a question about one of the slides you had, the punch card controller.
Yeah.
Does that have a Nixie tooth on the display? Kind of look like. Yeah.
The punch card is in the display. Yeah.
Well, it does. It does have Nixie tooth, but
Yes, it does.
Nice
And people say that Nixie tubes. The other thing that's funny is we have an audio tour, and so people play the audio tour and they're walking around, and I can hear my voice as I'm walking around when I'm in the office. It's kind of funny, but yeah, Nixie tubes.
Any more questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much. That was fun. I gotta get down.
And again, if you have any further questions or you're interested in getting a museum together, KennetClassic.com is the best way to reach me, because that's got the phone number, that's got directions, that's got, contact me electronically and so on. You can send your message to me or Karen or Eric or anybody else that's available. I'll be happy to help you. I'll give you a tour, and we look forward to seeing you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next talk, for those online or here, it will be Jim Orlando at 1:30. So we're just gonna take a little break, but we will leave the feed running.
There are lunch breaks, we get just a lunch.
Yeah, we have no.
There is the Caribbean place walking by. There's Swiss Chalet, but don't go there because that's not finished. There's dinner place.
Next we're gonna play.
There's, you go a bit north, from here, there's actually, I went on the right side, so you go north.
Yeah.
There's some food places there, even in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Mostly like actual.
Yeah, a water bottle out of back by 1:30.
I bring out a water bottle.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just thinking there's a subway in there. 6 water bottles a day. Yeah. I don't want to just bring the water in and like. Yeah. It's like Home Depot, Subway. I brought.
Yeah, there's not much in the small food court itself, they usually have the parking lot.
Well, thank you. So I'm gonna do
Are you talking the Sheridan Mall?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a strip mall south of that though. Like when you go to Aaron Mills Parkway, you turn left. The first thing on your right is the strip mall. And there's about 3 food places, like I said, Subway.
You should start sitting up now.
Pizza Hut, I think.
I've got my stuff in the other room, so I can.
All right.
Yeah, start on that table over there.
There's a big mall, and at the north end of that big mall, there's a
Next week we
KFC.
put pizza run.
I think there's McDonald's actually.
I was,
I think there might be, yeah.
I want a pizza.
If you can get them.
No, I'm not.
I'll chip in too. This thing here, I gotta go to my room.
Go up here. And then- We just go back. Nature's calling, nature's screaming at this moment. I don't know what other
I
people.
think anybody would notice if I laid out on the chairs here and took a nap.
Nobody would mind.
Oh, they would. Because it'd be a dead body in half an hour.
Don't think the cat keeping up and down. You wouldn't.
No, 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 no. I gotta sleep with the CPAP. You watch.
I know the court, I see. In the
we decided we
future-
don't. Yes.
Rather than me lugging all this junk here. Do you guys ever like, could I like to get 2 Commodores or something to borrow for the show?
I don't think we have stock at all.
You don't have any anymore?
No.
You used to have all kinds of stuff.
We
Oh, yeah,
usually
we-
liquidated it because we don't have any income.
No income, no place to store it.
What we do, the only income is that. Is what Commodore. What we have in storage, we have a couple of pets at church, and that's it.
Okay, all right. So it's a good thing I bring my own stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Come September,
Because I was
send
hoping-
us an email. Tell them that this is what you'd like to do, and can somebody loan you equipment over that weekend?
Yeah.
And they'll bring it in for you.
Oh, you mean like in September, you say?
Yeah.
Like 2 or 3 months ahead of time?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. I gotta get the rest of this stuff.
Yeah. 1:30, I think was the next one. That's Jim Orlando. Talking about new games for the pet computer.
That should be interesting. Yeah, because I'm gonna be 70 years old in 3 years.
I know.
And I don't wanna do this.
I'm only 5 years behind you.
I mean,
And I don't want to be hugging shit around now.
I'm a drummer. I used to play average 3 nights a week.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s. Now I like to do stuff on videos and put it on the internet. I don't want to move my gear.
If you're really smart about it, you set up an online feed and just do it from home.
Oh, you mean live?
Yeah.
I've got YouTube videos up, but that's the thing,
Yeah, but no, what we were just doing with the gentleman before is he's streaming from the museum that he had set up. Oh. And so he's talking live, he's able to answer questions, and if he's in a position
Got
to,
it.
he can show stuff as he needed.
Right, I can do online drum lessons and
Yeah.
take, maybe make a few bucks.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore. I just don't like carrying beer, that's all.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Oh, and then you got a babysitter, you know, I got a
Yeah.
babysitter.
That's the other problem, yeah.
The problem is finding space where to put it in the basement or somewhere. I got so much stuff down there and we're running out of room.
Well, you should see Joe's house right now. Aside from his own stuff, which is up on his level, he still has other Commodore stuff down in the basement. He's got me down there and I got a whole lot of junk that I had in my whole apartment. Now I've only got.
You guys liquidated everything.
Pretty much so, yeah.
What did you do before? You had like a place to store it, right?
Yeah, we had storage blockers. So, well, we had a show coming up, somebody needed something, they just told us, okay, we need this, this, and this, and
Have it there and I'll be there to do my show. But it's not like that now.
unfortunately, no. Too many people lost.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
What are you doing for lunch, sir?
Oh, I had a big breakfast, so.
Okay.
I'm gonna order a couple of, what is that, pizza, I guess.
Yeah. That's okay, I'm shooting about it anyways.
Again, we've got our next presentation.
Yes, I know, that's why I'm taking it out.
No, I'll think you're good, don't worry. You're good.
I'm okay.
You're fine.
Was it should not give it a quick tap.
Don't drop it.
I wish I should turn this.
Well, I can catch you.
I can stand here, okay.
Yeah, it's not great, but that's.
Oh, no problem. Is there anything better? If it's better, if I say that.
Whatever works for you. Okay, boy.
Oh, you are too, yeah. You kind of guessed that.
Again, we're about to start up again. If there's any problem with audio, please let me know. It's been a thing. No. Okay.
Good to go?
Everybody will be coming.
All right. Okay, hi, everybody. I guess I'm up. My plan today is to talk about some new games that I developed for the Commodore PET over about the last 3 years or so. Just kind of almost as COVID was hitting in, I got this bug, I guess, of starting to do some assembly programming on the PET. And that's kind of thought originally maybe, well, I'll do one game just to see how it goes. And as you see through the course of this talk, I think I got up to 7 now. And the premise of it is really that I think we all know the timeline of the various Commodore computers. The PET came out in December 77, I guess, and through really about a 4-year period, all the Commodore world had until the VIC-20 was, green screen, black and white, so to speak, with the green screen, and pesky only graphics. No bit addressing, no sprites, things like that. And if you were kind of like me growing up around that area, maybe you had some friends who had an Apple II, and you sort of convinced your parents to get your PET, and your Apple friends had all these other great games, or you could go to the arcade and you'd see all the color and the graphics or whatever. So in that sort of 4-year period, what you kind of had was, in the Commodore world, only the PET speed graphics, but in the those sort of 4 or 5 year period, of course, at the arcades, you had, depending on the years and depending on which machines you went to, various sizes, but certainly color. Space Invaders in 78. The movement, sort of similar type gameplay, was Galaxian. Pac-Man came out in 80, 81 in North America. Defender was my favorite game, was sort of the big wide screen, and you actually had two CPUs in the machine, really comprehensive sound, etc. Space Panic came over from Japan. It was the first of the ladder type games. These are the kind of games you could get in the arcade, and those had home machines like an Atari 800, which was obviously later than the PET, but it had color, and the kind of marquee game on there was Star Raiders. with sort of a 3D sort of star effect, like a hyperspace type effect. And on the Apple, a couple of the main games there were Chocolifter and Logo. So those people who had pets, of course, tried to adopt into what they saw in the arcades. Space Invaders was probably the key game for the pet that seemed to be all the demos and you know, the game that was the one that was, wow, this is an incredible game. It was written in 8K by who's now Professor Satoshi, right? So got out of Japan. He was in exchange emails with him prior to this talk. He was in high school when he wrote the game. He practically hand assembled it and worked really hard to fit it into what was originally an 8K chiclet keyboard pad. And you can see it's an amazing port of the game, or clone of the game, I guess. Instead of 11 that you saw, 11 columns of aliens that you saw, each fitting 8 in the 40 character screen. Use the various sort of Petsky graphics to get a little bit of motion out of it. It was an incredible adaptation. It used the sound, the custom sound cord, etc. So that was sort of the best in class, I'd say, of that era, of that Petsky era. In Germany, Henrik Wenning, who I also exchanged emails prior to this talk, he wrote 2 games. One was Galaga, which eventually made its way into the 64 as well. It was very similar to what didn't try and use big graphics. I just sort of used all the sort of same character sets that the 64 adopted from Petsky and Pet. And that was his Galaga version in 82. And also in 81, he did a Pac-Man as well. I saw it actually demoed on the show floor as well. The interesting thing about these games, and in particular, it's most evident on Galaga, he used the sort of quarter blocks. So if you're familiar with Petsky, you kind of have a 40 columns wide, 25 lines, and you can put any of the 256 characters into that matrix or into that screen. But some of the graphics give you a little bit of a quarter resolution. It's obviously not pixel level resolution, but with these sort of quarter scale little blocks, you can get some interesting shapes. And I'll talk a little bit more about that one. So what that kind of leaves you with, hopefully, the sort of picture of, you know, there's a lot of really interesting and I think creative things that were done on some of these on the pet as it related to a lot of the games that we saw out there. But for some of the other games that I particularly like Defender or Space Panic, and some of the others that were popular on the other home systems, there were no pet versions, because by the time really these games came out, or by the time people got around to kind of writing them, the VIC was out or the 64 was out, so the pet was sort of left behind. So the sort of brainwave I had, having been an original pet owner back in the day, was that, you know, let's see if someone had actually captured some of these games to see what they could come up with. And that kind of led to my 3-year adventure. So what I'm talking about here is 7 different games. I'm just going to give little snapshots of different little graphics that I've used and little tricks, I guess you'd say. Every one of these things is available for download. There's a itch.io website, and they generally speak in work with what we call them and you call them. You do need to they work on all the emulators as well. Some of them use a joystick, some don't, things like that. So the first one I tackled, as I mentioned, was a Petsky version of Defender. The first thing I generally do is try and draw something out onto a 40 column pet. And if it looks kind of reasonably okay in a 40 column, you know, with the Petsky graphics, then it kind of gives you a hope that, well, maybe you can animate this and get the right speed out of it. The interesting thing, you know, you'll see as I kind of fire up some of the videos, there's a lot of action and things can move quite quickly, and it's kind of surprising in the Petsky world that you think of it as an older machine. But you know, with the 6502 and the 1 megahertz, that's not different than what was in the Apple. That's not different than what was in the 64. Really, all that was limiting was all the, you know, the graphics, the bitmap aspect of it. So you can do quite a few different things with that processor. So with the sort of start here on a Defender, you can kind of look at it, and probably a lot of us already know the game, but you sort of see a scanner at the top that gives you the whole landscape. In my case, it's a 250 character world that you fly around and around. And then you get a 40 column kind of zoomed in view of what's going on with all the main action in the bottom part of the screen. So it looks similar to what you see in the arcades, of course, without the color. I guess trick I use in all of these games that I'll show is I think people call it a blip routine. What happens is there's kind of two parts to this. One is the large memory of where all the action happens, and that's not screen memory. And then 60 times a second, if you're familiar with the interrupts on the 6502, 60 times a second an interrupt fires, and basically what I do is I copy everything that's going on with the action memory onto the screen. So you get a regular sort of update at 60 frames per second if everything's working on time to update what's going on in the action screen. So I try and represent that here a little bit. There's the sort of main memory that stores all of the action, and things happen probably more quickly, and they kind of get quickly, if you will, because you're layering different aliens on top of spaceships and bombs and things. And then when it's time to cut it over, the interrupt fires and it just gets copied over. So this would be sort of a static display, but you can imagine in a Defender type game where you have this 256K world, which I kind of represent in memory at the top here, and that all the different action that's going on in this world, even if it's an alien that's on the other side of the planet, so to speak, does get updated. But what the user sees is only the 40 characters that get sort of copied in at 60 times per second. So that's sort of the first, I'm going to call it a trick that I use. I don't know, maybe people who do this for a living use that. I know in a lot of game machines that actually include in the Apple II, but obviously later in the 64 as well. You could kind of have different parts of memory that you could sort of quickly cut over when you change the pointers. That didn't exist in the CAD, so that's why you kind of have to do a full sort of copy paste with just your own code. So I'm kind of replicating that when you think of it that way. The second trick I use is what I came to call flicker in place. And what, to the best of my knowledge, games on the CAD up in that sort of era that I talked about, generally speaking, when you moved an alien, when you moved the character itself changed at that point in time. There wasn't sort of an action within a certain pixel or within a certain cell at that before it moved or while it didn't move specifically. And so what I'm getting at here is if you think of the Defender spaceship, it generally looks like those things are at the top. And if you kind of squint, you can kind of imagine that's the Defender spaceship. If you flicker, if you kind of display that twice, let's say 2/60ths of a second, and then the third 60th of a second, you put on that little block on the bottom left, it can kind of look like a little rocket that's firing. And if you flash that really quickly, while the spaceship is stationary, it kind of looks like a little rocket. It's a little bit grayed out. So if this works properly, you can sort of see now that Defender spaceship kind of looks like a little rocket that's firing. And it's just an easy way of kind of getting a little bit of animation, but still within the limited sort of capabilities of the graphics that it has. So when you put that into context in the game, hopefully that's how it works. You can sort of see the rocket fires and it flies around. Things happen, but the interesting part is that sort of it's always stationary in the same columns. And when you sort of fire that rocket, it looks like it's sort of a little flame behind it. So I thought that was kind of cool as to how it looked, and I kind of adopted it in a few places you'll see in a minute. Also on this, I guess, version of Defender, I'll talk about it and I'll play and you can see it again, but there's the rays that go across the lasers that the ship fires. Because this thing uses the quarter graphics, there's sort of two different lasers, if you will, as to how that goes out. But added to that is when the aliens fire at the ship, it uses the quarter blocks as well for their bombs. So there's a lot of movement there in terms of all what's happening with these sort of quarter capabilities, I guess you'd call it, within a pet. to take advantage of those Penske graphics and get as much as you can out of it. I'll show it again. So you see those bombs that the aliens are firing. They're kind of moving at that quarter scale. If anyone played the breakout game on the pad, it was the same thing that they use on that. So that's all incorporated as well. You can also see that scanner at the top gets updated as the ship moves along. That doesn't happen in real time, but it happens frequently enough that you can visualize the difference. And that's, I got an email from Henrik, the guy I spoke about earlier. He kind of asked, like, how did you actually get that to work? Because he seemed to imply that he tried to get it to work. And I said, well, the stuff that we really care about, the bottom half, the bottom section of the screen, that's all happening in real time according to your keystrokes. And the scanner kind of gets updated whenever there's two cycles and it kind of works fairly smoothly. Okay, so that was Defender. That, I guess I released that. I'm thinking back now, would be March, April 2020, just as COVID was setting in. I talked earlier about sort of the quarter blocks that give you an ability to make what I'm going to show, which is the Klingon ship. You know, call it some warrior or something, name like that in a Star Trek game. The capability of that doesn't quite give you, you know, full sort of resolution on what you want to do, but you sort of imagine that that's a spaceship going around in a circle. You know, I'll show it in sort of live action in a minute. That kind of gives you a little bit of an ability to get an extra resolution out of these quarter blocks on a text. So here's your Enterprise, which is a standard graphic with a text in it. And as it flies around, this is a bit of that wormhole effect with the stars that come at you and kind of go out across. And sort of saw, I'm just going to go back. So the Enterprise looks great when it's sideways. The Penske graphics give you the capability to do a decent looking top-down Enterprise, but when you go sideways, you don't have a graphic that you put that little side part. You kind of have to imagine that it's an Enterprise, but it all kind of holds together. And as this Enterprise is just arriving into a new quadrant or a new sector, I guess, it's trying to, it's going to dock here, but has to kill a few aliens first before it can dock. Okay, so these guys are shooting the quarter square bombs at you, and they themselves are the quarter square. And you can see here's an example of it flying around the docking station there. So now the Enterprise is going to dock, and it's beaming up. Oh, actually, it's beaming down in this case. Some people. Now it's flying on to the next galaxy or the next sector, I guess I call it. Here again, it's the same kind of thing. This action section blitz over 60 times a second. The Enterprise itself, rather than I mentioned in the Defender, is 256 wide. This whole sort of quadrant is actually 256 by 256, and you're getting a window of about looks like about 20 by 22 by 25, which is 40, something like that. And it's going to shoot two more areas. So it's a little bit, it's not as, it doesn't look as good in my opinion as the Defender one, because it's all there in that action with the planet. It's a little bit more wide open space, but it's actually more complicated because it is a much bigger sort of universe that's happening on an activity wise all around it, and then you get the sort of thing that so that was sort of a start at, you know, sort of space games. Next one I tried was, well, what can we do with the load runner? With that, I'd say innovation I came up with, or sort of thing that I was found kind of clever, if you will, and I hadn't seen it anywhere, was what I referred to here as the 1 wide by 2 high runner, so a little dude. So in load runner, you've got little man that comes around and pick up the goal and then go back on and so what you see here is you're going to see this sort of little animation within a cell to kind of give this quarter scale across the horizontal quarter scale of a little dude running. And with a little bit of imagination, you can sort of see, well, that's a guy, taking his arm out and put in a apostrophe, one of the other graphics, like running. I have a few other things where they go like this. So that's kind of what's happening with the runners. But if you kind of, again, squint and it looks like a little man, you can kind of get a decent sort of representation of that happening on, this is Load Runner level 1 on an Apple, and that's that's the version of the pet that's sort of similar type graphics and trying to mimic where the letters are, etc. So if this were possible, this is sort of set up as the video I'm using. So you can see the guy running across the side, decent speed, going up and down. You have to kind of put X's and Y's. There he goes running across. And if you watch how the game's played, he's got a big hole, and that looks pretty good as well. You see him running across with his arms out, that little arrow, some sort of a glass hammer or something, and kind of get caught. What was notable about that Apple version of the original Load Runner, which was on Apple, was that iris effect that you saw. That there's a lot of signs and post, which 6502. There's like adding, subtracting of 8-bit numbers. So there's probably a weekend. I remember it was a whole weekend of work trying to figure out how to approximate cosine and sine to kind of get that iris effect. So, but I thought it was important. It was sort of a noticeable, or what's the right word? It was a noticeable part of Load Runner, or a notable part of Load Runner with the iris effect. I thought it was important to kind of have it in there. I'm just going to replay it later. So there you saw the iris. There's sounds on this as well, but for these videos, the screen recorder I'm using, I eventually found one that didn't have sound. So anyway, unfortunately we don't have sound on this, but there is if you want to get it again. Yeah, there's that closing iris and then the opening. Okay, this is what I released just a couple of days ago. It's a version of Choplifter. So if you know Apple II game Choplifter, it's basically you fly a helicopter around. Here's the Apple II version. Helicopter at the top. You get airplanes that fire missiles at it, and there's tanks on the ground, and in sort of a pseudo 3D, they're kind of back and forth. And what we have to do is land and pick up people who escape from these sort of barracks and bring them back to your sort of rescue type. If you remember what I said a few minutes ago, what I try and do is draw the thing out on just 40 column package to see if you can get something reasonably accurate. And if you squint, that's a decent looking helicopter. You can sort of see it right now sideways. That means it's going forward and also goes backwards, and that's how you actually get the up and down shooting, which is the tank looks pretty good. Just standard FP there of the tank, and the plane itself kind of goes through a kind of banking motion, and there you're sort of seeing it on the full sort of I guess it's a top view of an airplane, but that's because it's banking to make a turn to shoot at the helicopter. That jet airplane uses a quarter graphics again. You can see that's built in the quarter cell. So I should be able to play video in here. So you can see that the helicopters using those quarter graphics to sort of rain terror on the ground and try and shoot the tanks. Every now and then it'll stop and pick up some people. It's those same little Load Runner dudes that I showed a minute ago. And here comes the airplane. Just went off the screen, but in this video, those missiles shot the chopper. I'm show it one more time and point out a few other things. So here it's that's a front view of the helicopter, and what that means is shooting its bombs sort of forward, and they fall further back. So in order to aim at those tanks, you got to go up and down because that sort of is where you have to kind of plant things. And that explosion uses those quarter graphics in sort of there's gravity that simulated gravity that kind of throws them up, and then gravity eventually holds them down. Is how this is happening here. So that was Choplifter, most recently. Through the course of those 3 years, I, realized, wow, there's actually quite a bit you can do with Petsky, and I'm just going to show quickly three others sort of, I guess, a quick video. Lemmings obviously is a very popular game on Amiga. It was 1991. There were versions for the 64, so it's not it's within the realm of things that you could probably do on a pet. Maybe you don't really think the graphics would be that great, and I'll show you what I was able to do in a minute. Portal is may not be that well known, but it was originally a 3D game on Xbox, and a couple of guys basically created 2D versions on Flash. So it was a web-based game, and what it is a guy that he's got a laser gun and he shoots a portal there and a portal there. If he walks through the hole over there, he'll come out over there, and see that you come to a bunch of puzzle. That's another game I did, which I'll show in a second. And then tower defense. This is sort of a genre. Again, it wasn't really in the era of these 8-bit, but there's in this case, it's really about setting up towers that have automatic sort of guns that shoot things that you want to shoot and stop. Sort of iPhone games and whatnot. I use that same genre. Okay, so here's tower defense. Before I run the video, just to explain what's happening, there's what I refer to as creeps, which is generally speaking little round things. It could be an asterisk, it could be a round circle, and they want to get to the asterisk, which is on the right hand side. The player has to set up these towers, which are these blocks here, and as you kill more creeps, you get more dollars to spend to build more towers, upgraded towers, and basically have to build a maze that you can't get out of. So here the creeps are starting to walk out, and I'm planning to add the blocks to build a maze that slows their path and kind of make them walk the gauntlet through my sort of gun maze. Same thing as I mentioned before, there's an action thing that's happening where all of the actions are really happening in memory. And then 60 times a second gets copied into the main part here. All of the stuff on the right hand side essentially gets updated in a much not infrequently, but more random. It's not as sort of time sensitive as they like press a button and things to move. All of that happens in a sort of different sort of pace, but the real action is happening here. And what we're kind of seeing is that as the creeps get close to a certain tower within its range, it sort of launches missiles or bullets. So the dotted ones or the arrows, these are missile guys, and they have different sort of strength to kill the creeps that get stronger and stronger. So some of them got out of those ones started made up and they have gone with perfect. And as it kind of moves, there's a pretty complicated little algorithm in here that as you update this maze in real time, the creeps are figuring out the path to the exit. Had to do a bit of research on what algorithms were out there. It's actually implemented so that it's still within the sort of time frame of not pausing the game or noticeably took quite a bit of work. But ultimately pretty happy with the result. There's some instances where I can notice it, but interestingly don't know it's there. It works reasonably well, where each one of them kind of updated to that. Next game is Portal, which I mentioned. This one I had a little bit more space to work with. So you see the man is now 3 characters high, and see his legs, his body, and a head. His arm follows the plus sign, which is where he's aiming his laser gun, the portal gun that I mentioned. And the pi signs are little trampolines. So this is, I think I'm going to play a video of the last 2 levels in the game, just to give you a sense of what it's all about. So he's just arrived in an elevator to this new level. He's jumping up and down from the trampoline. This has that same gravity algorithm that I referred to earlier with that explosion in the other game. And he just blew a portal at the top of his head, and he blew the out portal on the bottom. And as he goes through this, he's gonna shoot this portal over here. We just went down the bottom, went out of here, and that was sort of how we solved that problem. Elevator goes up and he's on a different level now. You can see his arm following the plus sign. Same kind of thing, so it happened quickly, but what happened was he jumped here, had a portal here, came down, that trampoline kicked him over here. Now, this is what I referred to earlier. All of this action is in a much larger screen memory than what you see, but I just sort of lit those sort of the same sort of screen levels of what you see. So your man's always on the stage. There's a big wolf happening. In that case, there was sort of maybe another 25% of stuff above his head or above what we do. And then when he moved up, we got to see it in the video. So that's portal. Lemmings, I'm going back here now to the 2 character high individuals. In order to fit everything, you might recognize it. I think this is level 2 from Lemmings, and it's the same two high characters. Instead of a mouse, which you had in Amiga, you have to use a cursors to kind of move that. In this case, it's the H key, which means you're putting a halt on these guys. You can sort of see at the top right here, there's a guy going like that. So the pretty common graphic in running for the stopping guys. And they just kind of go down now and eventually make their way out of the exit. Same little dudes walking with those apostrophes that I showed earlier. And then to cap it off, you could even do them all or okay, so that's it for my presentation. I just wanted to, this is a little bit different, but I took a lot of these games and in parallel, I wrote a pet emulator on an iPhone. It's not on Android. I think we'll actually probably that whenever I talk about the other on Android, it's not on Android, it's just on iPhone. There's a pet emulator that I wrote on iPhone in the App Store, and in that I put a lot of these games that I just showed onto it, so you can play on your iPhone as well. It's the same sort of PET graphic on a pet, running pet emulator running on iOS. And to get the keyboard, the problem there is not so much the screen to get a lot of graphics to work with. Here, what I do for a keyboard, I just sort of blow up the keys that I use in the game, sort of what you're seeing here. And you know, so when I have to say something, and so that's just sort of a little bit of a sidebar that if you ever want to try the games, if you don't have a pad and you do have an iPhone, you can try them out as well. So that's it. Any questions or?
I was wondering what will be made for modeling the battery that they were connecting with age?
I just use, Petsky graphics are pretty limited, so I just use a normal pad. Yeah, just to move the keyboards or the cursor around and see what looks and trying to think like absolutely. I'll just show you an example. So there's a game Apple Panic you might be familiar with. It's basically a guy that walks around a ladder type environment. And it's a game I'm thinking about doing next. This is an example of how I sort of play around with, what the person looks like when it's running. He's got to run, he's got a date, so his arm cut off the top, you see down up and down, so you can try to envision that. And so I'll just play with it on an emulator, an emulator to see if I'm happy with what it looks like, what I want it to look like. Okay, thanks everyone.
So our next speaker, it will be at 2:15 Eastern, and that's Dan Lefkowski, and he'll be talking about his manufacturing and
All right. So, I was gonna show you a video, but I can't get on the internet. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but anyways, I'm gonna introduce myself. I'm Dan Laskowski, and, this is Fast Fingers. MIDI software to get into the SID chip and actually play sounds with the SID chip with a full-size keyboard. Or if I get this working the way it should. This thing fell down earlier today, so I dropped it, made a stupid mistake. So hopefully this will send out to this and we'll be able to hear it. Yeah. Oh, I know why this isn't working. Okay, gotta be on camera. Okay, so, anyways. Before I go into my whole spiel about this stuff, I want to introduce myself to you guys because, guys, some of you have known me for years, but you really haven't heard my story. And I don't want to go on too long, maybe 5 minutes tops. But, when I was 18 years old, I had a bad nervous breakdown. And now I'm almost 70 years old, so that's almost 50 years ago, right? But I got, it was really, really bad. They thought I was going to end up permanently in St. Thomas. And because because when they were giving me the treatments, I wasn't declining any of the treatment. And what I wanted to tell you was my mother prayed for me, and she had a bunch of nuns praying for me. And after they had given me 5 shot treatments, which is not good for the brain, but they gave it to me, and I went home after. I was home within a month. So so then what happened was, so I lost a lot of memory from the shock treatment, and I mean, I thank God for being here, and in a way, it's an interesting thing because, like, I don't want anybody to think that I'm some wizard or something. I put wizard for my name on my wizard@musicinit.com, but I'm not a wizard by any means. A lot of the stuff that happens in here, some of it I don't even understand. Like what I'm going to show you now, the problem I just had while I wasn't playing. It's totally beyond me. I can't explain it to you. This interface here, the interface is made for channel 3 on here. Will also play any other MIDI device on any channel. But for some reason, you have to be tuned to the same channel as the card that I'm picking up on. So that card is set for channel 3 there, and this one is set for channel 3. So now it will play on there when I play it on here. So this one over on this side is Fast Fingers 3, and that's Fast Fingers 2. So the other thing I want to mention was, as a result of those shock treatments, I forget things. I have to be constantly working on this. If I set this aside for 6 months, I almost have to start off. I have to relearn what my code is doing. And it was really bad the first time, because after 27 years, I had very few comments in. I've learned since then to put a lot more comments in. And and I had some other experiences, but I just want to mention there's a few other good people in my life that helped. So after I got out of the, out of being sick, I was up in, I got home and I saw my dad's electronic, radio electronics magazine. And the radio electronics magazine had a picture of a synthesizer you could build for $300. Now, back in 1974, 75, it was actually 75 when I started to put this together. Back in 75, a mode was like a $2,000 item. So me being able to build this for $300 was a real deal. And I got into that. My soldering was terrible. Things never worked properly. I had another good friend at a local, I got in a TRS-80 group because I had a TRS-80. shortly after. My friend helped me get that thing working. By 1980, I had a digital version of that with a 6502 base computer in it, from PAIA Electronics. And those people at PAIA, they're great people, great people. They were very patient with me, they put up with me. And finally, like I said, I went there in 1980, I brought my whole great big thing, I had all these boxes and everything. They got it working, I brought it home, and by 82, I had written polyquencers for the TRS-80, interfacing the TRS-80 to the PIA synthesizer, digital synthesizer. And then I advertised it, I spent all kinds of money, it didn't do anything because it was just, it was too many variables. You had to have a TRS-80 Model 1, you had to have a PIA synthesizer, whoever got one together that actually worked. And the cable was an ugly looking thing with wires, and it never sold. But it was a learning experience. And then my friend came up to me from the TRS-80 group, and he said, Dan, he said, you know, you paid like over $2,000 for your parts for that TRS-80 Model 1. He said, you know that, and that's only 60, I think it's 48K. He said, do you know that you can get a Commodore 64 right now for $899? It's 64K. And he said, listen to this sound chip. And then that was it, everything. So this has been therapy for me, and I enjoy it, but it is work. Some days I'd rather, you know, do something else, but I like, when I start playing with the sounds and that, I get right into it, and that's about it. So I just have to tell you, I really, there's mysterious things that happen, and this is one of them. This one I can't figure out. I looked at the Boolean logic and everything. For some reason, this interface, if a person wanted to buy Fast Fingers 1 and Fast Fingers 2, they'd have to have either they'd have to get the one of the Omni ones for Fast Fingers 2 to play it, or they have to get the exact same channel. But this will still play every other device on any channel. So I don't understand it all. So there are things beyond my understanding going on inside of this program, even though I wrote this. So I just want to let you guys know it's not me all the time, not me for sure. Okay. Now, and luckily now everything is on, I don't have anything to do with floppy disks. No, there's no serious musician I know that wants to carry 1541 around. I mean, now I know you can use those SD cards, but I like working with the cartridge. You plug it in and everything is up and it's like turnkey, it's on, it's there. So let's see if this works this time. Get it back on. There it is. I'm going to turn it down. Okay, so right now, they're both SIDs are playing right now. The SID on this Commodore 64 and the SID that's also on the SX64. Now the difference is and this is another thing I didn't intentionally do. When I set this up for just walked up on me. Okay, so that's the Commodore SID chip sound, right? And the thing that I want to show you is the power of, okay, I'm going to get this turned up. Now, when I select different, I'm going to turn the Commodore voices down. And I'm going to turn up the voice. Oh, wrong way. This is still pretty loud on its own. Now the MIDI module. I'm gonna pick a sound on here that's real sensitive to velocity. Okay, so right now it's playing every note pretty well the same. If I had my, if I could get this screen up there, you'd see that they're all, the velocity is 47 for all the 16 notes. But when you start playing with the velocities, that's exactly the same pitch as playing, except I will bring it down a lower octave, it might be more pleasing. So there are 32 velocity sequences. And also I can flip them all upside down. So that now if I hit the flip switch for this particular, it does that. Okay, so we're getting bored with that. So what I want to show you is the okay, good. So what I have is I have 32 pages, like 16 sequences in each page of chords, like so chord progressions or chord. It's all playing in the same chord. I'm a drummer, okay, so, but I know that this works because I've played with these before. So if they're playing in a chord, so if you're in this chord, like I put them on here so you can see. The numbers are 0 is the root key. So whatever key you're holding down is 0. And then it'll be +3, +6, +12, +15, +18 to play that particular that particular chord. So it'll do progression. So it'll be 16. It's a real popular one. Some of them I have 2 pages of because they're real my wife likes to finish 7 type of that's at page 6 EO. Now everything is in hex because, and I can't, if I can show you the screen here, you can see that I have the numbers up. Right now it's playing it's playing the root thing. But if I wanted to get this, page 60O, I have to hit the bank key, and then I have to hit the up-down cursor key. And that's 6E. Oh, yes. And I also, before I do that, I have to get E is the top row selects from page 0, 1, 2, 3 up to page F, which is 15. So EO is 14, is the second last key. And then I hit that. Then I hit return. Once I hit return, that now when I play the top row of the Commodore keyboard, it will switch between all of them on that page, so that theoretically I can switch from one to the other without. And you can do other real creative things. You can edit these. You can edit these patches. I gotta figure out that. You can edit these patches or these the sequences really easy. Like if I want to make that 15 instead of playing 16, make it 15 so you have a weird 15 against 16 type of feel. I go to the thing. I wish I could show you what's happening here. And there's the left arrow that points to the left at the very top row. If I hit that twice anywhere in the sequence, that's an end marker. It says that's the end of that's the loop. So I'm gonna put one here on the 15th, on the 16th item to make it a 15 event sequence. And then I'm going to move up to and I can change octaves the way I change octaves with the stitch chip. And so you can put together music with this. Okay, so I want to try to put a different MIDI module on. Hopefully it works. Oh, and the Fast Fingers 2 interface, the original one just had a single hole on it. Like this was the original Fast Fingers 2 interface. Very pluggy looking. That I finished, I don't know, 3-4 years ago.
This new one has MIDI through on it, which makes things nice on in a MIDI situation. Just to give you a different idea of sounds. Turn this down a bit. And let's see if we can find it right now. Because I turned it right down. Sound good. And you can see this SX64, there's a story behind this too, right? Now I have this keyboard for the SX. Thanks to Mr. Brain, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use this thing right now because the keyboard doesn't work anymore. This I might as well tell you the story real quick. So I had this SX64, I bought it brand new in Montreal for $1,200 way back when they were out. And I had it for a few years, and I got deep into MIDI music and using the Amiga to do music and MIDI. And I wasn't touching any of this stuff. I didn't touch this stuff for 27 years. After I did Fast Fingers 1 in 80 and had Fast Fingers 1 in 85, 86. So what happened was I had a couple of years and I sold to my friend. He gave me $400. Well, he's a heavy smoker. And just a few years before he died, he decided he wanted to dump a bunch of his Commodore stuff on. So he gave me back this, and he gave me a 128, a whole bunch of stuff, right? But I couldn't get the keyboard working. So I have another friend who's a tech friend, the same guy that got me into the 64 in the first place. I said, I got a deal for you. I'm going to give you this because you've helped me all these years. And I just have it and fix it up. And, you know, and he couldn't figure out how to fix the keyboard. So finally I got a hold of Jim Brain, and I got the, you know, PS2 to PS2 replacement board. So my friend set it all up. He said to me, Dan, he said, I can't see that screen. Okay, Pat, I have something. I'll give you a couple Fast Fingers cartridges, a Commodore 64, and anything else you want. I've got tons of stuff for that, get that back. So he agreed, and I got it back. But he fixed it for me. I was too late to put that board together. I told him, I said, it's your computer, you have it, it's yours. But he so we swapped it back. But anyways, okay. So this is a Yamaha sound module. Actually, when you use the velocity, they really sound so much different. So I get, you know, can you imagine just hearing like a techno guy with a playing along with, you know, jumping through all of these different
So the original fast fingers, if you guys, for the people that don't know, the original fast fingers allowed you to do a whole bunch of different things with the SID chip. And I know I've been concentrating most, I don't know how much time I have left. So, you can build your own sounds on here. I wish I could show you the sequencer, how the sequencer set up. If I could get that thing going, I could put up a video of me on YouTube showing how the sequencer works. But I won't bother. It's, there's 16, there's a blue screen for pitch sequences. There is a brown screen for velocity sequences, and then I also have a thing called a DADSR, which is a new thing that I added later on. On here, there is there's also on Fast Fingers 2, there's also a thing called transpose. So there's a transpose sequence, so you could make it totally automated. Yes.
So you added a DADSR to do that in software?
In software, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What I call it is dynamic ADSR, which is well, let me see. I'll turn off the MIDI modules. I'll turn the MIDI down. It's on. Oh, I see what's going on. I want to hear this one because I'm not doing it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not- Without a Commodore keyboard, I don't know how to reset to turn off the MIDI. Once the MIDI is on, I don't have the same control over here. I'm not sure which is the control key on here. Doesn't know. It's really weird. The alternate key works as, well, it's a weird setup. This keyboard, I'd rather much rather have a. I'll put a DSR on here. Can't find the key to turn it on this. Or I can't, or it may be on, but I can't see it turning green because the screen is so small. I'll just run it on here. I'm gonna take a look at the. That one goes up and down. This is not a good sequence. That's why it's not. I have these reprogrammed. This is the SID checker here now. It all depends on the sound. But you can also make your own sounds on here as well as with all the other versions of that. You have there's 4 different screens. This is the home screen I'm playing on, and you also have the editing screen with the special effects, such as the weird gamer effect. And if I put on gamer and glide together, it stays on. It sounds like a video. Not music, not music. Okay, so we'll get that out there. But Glide is on YouTube. You've probably all seen me do that before. Sequencer doesn't work good with Glide. It's actually working. That's the first time that is. Usually the notes all slide together with the Glide. And then we'll walk towards. And then there's a thing called light show here too. You can only put that on when continuous is on. I made it that way because I had this thing flashing different colors on the screen. And I said, this is too hypnotic. I don't want to hypnotize them. So the thing is that the thinking behind the continuous is you turn this on, and if you're like a DJ or something, you're not looking at your screen. Like eventually you get to memorize all these keys. I don't remember them. That's why I have all these menu-driven things up there. But anyways, but if you have a real good memory, you memorize these things. You can turn the screen on, or you could have something playing in a dark room as a DJ. The whole room would light up different colors in time with the music, sort of like that was the thought I had. So being that I already had that feature in Fast Fingers 2 and in Fast Fingers 2 and Fast Fingers 1. I didn't want to take it out, but I wanted to make it harder to get at because I figured sometimes it goes on by accident and I'm wait a minute, I'm programming, you know. Yeah, that's a ring modulation sound. Oh, I see why the just does that sound. So that's the basics of it. Now you have to really, it's really deep. I mean, okay, just to give you an idea, I worked on this for 2.5 years, the very first version. 3 hours a day while I was still, no, 2 hours a day. My wife kept me, because my kids were just weak. And she said, you have to, you gotta spend time with the family. So I had a day job and I was doing this for 2 hours a day for 2.5 years. Plus, then when I got back into this in 2010, 2011, over the last 10 years, I'll probably put another 5,000 hours. Probably 10,000 hours in this program. So there's so many different things you can do with it. I can't show you everything in 45 minutes. There's just no way. And I have the instruction manual. And originally, when I met, I have to thank Peter Smith too. Anybody here know Peter Smith from Rich Vale Telecommunications? He had his company, and when I met him at the World of Commodore, I had my original MIDI interface, my original interface that went into the Mattel television keyboard. There was a bunch of wires in a box with plugs and plugged into the joystick ports for the Mattel television keyboard. And he came up and said, that could be on a circuit. So, and then I kind of shook hands and we got together and he was gonna market it for him. He said that he knew that he was gonna get rid of at least 250 or 300 units. But what happened was he ran out of money and his programmers are the guys that didn't understand my drawings. I designed the circuit board, like the printed circuit board. I had it designed. And they got it, they flipped it somehow. They misinterpreted what I drew. I used transparent paper and, you know, black tape type stuff and it made it look really good. And they didn't understand it, so I ended up having to, and he got into trouble and he ran out of money. And so what happened was, I ended up going to Detroit and I had him make me 50 of those boards up for the television keyboard. And it worked. And then at the World of Commodore in, it was 84, 85, I'm not sure. I sold about 10 keyboards and 10 packages there at the World of Commodore in 84, 85. And at the, you know, at the, what was it, the airport center, they call that, or the international center? That's where I was at there back then. And, so anyways, there's some history with this, and like I said, I have to thank a lot of good people, a lot of people that had patience with me. And I have to thank the good Lord, obviously, because like this whole thing, I'm a walking miracle here, you know, and this keeps me going. But I want to do music with it. Every time I come to do music, the trouble is, the more you learn, the more you can do, the more you want to do. Oh, I want, you know, I want to put a switch up on, I want to put a switch sit on here now. And it doesn't work. So I have to figure out, so now I got to rewrite, I have to write my own ADSRs because the ENG signals don't work properly on the swing sit. Unless I just say, okay, I'll just swallow my losses on the swing sit. I spent $50 on 2 of them. Just put them away and forget about them and move on with my music. Or else I could say, I spent $50 on those 2 swing sits. I really would like to get them working with this system. So now I have to, instead of using ENV3, I have to now write. On these cartridges, I still have lots of memory. I can still put, my own ADSRs, and they'll be a lot nicer looking, not just straight lines. They'll be nicer looking ADSRs. I figure 256 bytes for each ADSR would be beautiful. You know, like something that's a second long would take up 256, and something that was less time would take up less time. So that's whether I do that or not, I don't know. After this is done, I go home. Probably before Christmas, I'll start playing with that. I'll see if there's any possible. I'll see if those swing sets work. They might not work at all. I bought them from a guy in Germany, and it might not be the chips at all. The software might be the chips. I don't know. So I'll have to try them out with other software and see how they work. So before, I know I have to get out of here. So if there are any questions? Yes.
I think you sort of answered this already, but what was your motivation for doing this?
Well, I wanted to show you my video from 1984 when CBC interviewed me. That was what I wanted to put up on the screen. And the bottom line is to give you a facility if you don't have facility. Also, this is designed for the blind person in theory. Now, it's gotten so many different, over time, it's gotten so many extra layers and stuff. You'd have to have an incredible memory to memorize all the buttons. But everything is button combination. The whole program runs with button combination. So if you had an incredible memory, it's possible you could run this program. And I did a couple demos. My channel on YouTube is Tech Christian, TECHRISTIAN. That's my channel on YouTube, and I have, I've done all the things on, it shows you how the sequencer works. I did, I did one whole demo with no monitor at all. Just ran through all 256 sounds that were in the SID chip. And the other demo I did was making your own sound. So I highlighted three things: the sequencer, making your own sound, and using this just as a MIDI module. Get, you know, SID sound. So that's it. What's that?
Your CBC interview that you were talking about.
Yes, I have it.
On your channel?
Yes, it's on there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was much younger.
Bill?
Much younger. Yes, sir.
Can you find other companies, singers, when we do?
Fast fingers might make another keyword that'll help. Fast fingers are, TE, Chris, tech, I kind of merged the two words together because the technological or technical entity or whatever. Yes. Is there any other? I know I gotta get out of here. So is there gonna, what's happening now? Is somebody gonna come here physically?
Yep. John Hernandez is coming in.
Okay.
And he's just grabbing his stuff now.
Is there a, okay, so I don't wanna be in his way, so I'll just unplug it and leave it here.
Yeah, there'll be people here to make sure nothing happens. But
All right. What is he gonna talk about?
is C2 class assembler, it's not an assembler. That's the name, that's the name he gave me.
Okay. 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 Yeah.
You need that power?
Right.
You need power?
Power? Just in case, I mean.
Oh, lovely. Hi guys, I know I'm not muted, but we're moving too quick.
Yeah, I gotta get my computer out of there.
Okay, I just pulled Dave's down. Are you sticking around?
Oh, yes, I will.
Okay, I'll see you out and come back.
Okay.
Does it?
I gotta give the
Go there.
owner of this.
Can I ask you that? You want to give it to him now, or do you know who it is?
That's long as
You
they
guys
my.
sign the first people on the left? Name's Ben.
Ben?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh. Pull them out. I'll shut them down. I really didn't want to do it. I should have said my instructions are all up on my website. I give everybody a link to the instructions.
Well, give them, your website and that, so if they want to go there and, check things out, they'll find the other information as well. Right?
Yeah.
I don't do it on paper. I have 1,000 pages of them from my other manual.
Yeah. Well, it's been a very big project, and I've seen it so many times over the years. I can only imagine how big that is.
Well, it's about, I don't know, it's not a lot of pages. That's what, when Peter Smith saw it, he said it needs to be at least 100 pages. And I only had like 20 pages of it. Okay, I got it. Can I get out of here? So, the name of the guy. And
Keep out sign is on the back wall, the first table on the left.
Ben,
Ben, yeah.
see what I said about my memory?
Yep, no, I can appreciate.
I have to burn it, and it is, but I had a hard time at work to my job. Okay, we'll talk to
You
you.
want me to go out with you?
What's that?
You want me to go with you? Well, you gotta do that. I'll be a couple more minutes.
Sure, I tell you. All right, please. Would like to record. This is the fun part.
So Brian's making it.
Okay. I will review right back. And I'll start the public.
If everybody would start. We did?
Yeah, I don't,
Did it? I didn't have one. I don't remember. I said certain didn't have one, so I'll try to get one of those blue Yetis for next year. Or whatever's hot by then. Once Tom gets back.
Yeah. I'm glad there's no microphone speakers. I made the announcement.
Once Tom gets back.
Okay. So we need to sit down again. Oh, you're fine, you're fine. Just a big one. That's why I took the chairs with no seat or no occupants in it. All right. So, as you said, I'm John. I'm a programmer by profession. Mostly C++, but my passion, of course, is Commodore supports, it's 502. So 11 years ago, I kind of wrote my own house assembly called B6510. But it's kind of getting dated. It didn't do exactly what I wanted. So last year, sometime I started over with new goals. So it's rewritten. But you can still get the old assembly that it's maintained by another guy who's, did great improvements to it, great documentation, and bug fixing. So I kind of felt it was end of the line where I wanted to go, so that's why I started over. I called the new one C2, which is I couldn't do C510, so I just simplified it, count like Microsoft does. Backwards. Yeah. So there's the disclaimer. I wanted to release it here today, at least pre-release, but it's just not up to it. There's too many bugs. There's still some features missing. Only I have tested it. If you work in IT, that's not good. So the developer tested. I will. I'll put the GitHub link in the last slide. It's going to go up. I didn't know. Or long. The dependency, you need to have GCC or client in the tab. So something you need to build the assembly itself, that's actually useful. And yeah, so So I wanted, even the old one was somewhat architecture independent, but I wanted to go all out and explore a lot of different architectures. The old assembler had a good macro system, which I refined a bit further. The meta programming, meaning the inline script, wasn't it wasn't truly inline. You kind of had to escape it to do something. So I wanted to change that. I want to have scripting straight in kind of assembly namespace.
And also handle forward references, which is, you know, a compiler issue. I had a kind of a hybrid solution before, it couldn't handle everything. So I wanted to have that done properly. So you have C preprocessor, and then you have the macro system. Then you get inline C++ straight from the assembly function. And then I was just when I wrote this, yeah, so should be able to call external tools as part of the assembly process. Pretty useful, like take standard out from something and include it. So I did the risk with feature creep for sure. And but all these things, it should still look like an assembler would recognize the program or something. It should not be, all these things are optional. So I'm going to start showing you how to set up the project. Hello. C2 is the data shoot. Good. In the bottom of one, right? So I can show you the helpline first. Move that up a bit better. But first we're going to create the project. Short runs, project. And then, oh, we should show one more thing. These templates. There are only two. Commodore 64, plain, and Commodore with device emulator. So I'm going to use the later. It creates the same thing, it's just that it also includes in the project to launch device straight. So create a project. It's built. At least. So you get a project file. You have your hello assembly file. You get a CPP file. We're going to look at that later. And it already built it, so it generated the PRG file. And let's go to open that. Sure. You get a hello world. Very well. You can run it like C2. And you get hello world. Very, very easy to set up. I have to include the project creation. It's a little bit easier to set up everything by hand. So this kind of makes it easy to start. Yeah, I have to change a few things. So comments are C and C++ style. You can use the pre-processed comment. And semicolon won't work. And that is probably the most upset.
We used to pipeline, it's not that big a deal.
Sorry?
We used to pipeline, you'll live.
Okay. Yeah. The org address is now @sub instead of the message. And that kind of makes it easier. First of all, the @ sign is not used in C++, so it's for basically for namespace collisions. While the asterisk equal is actually C++ or C operator, so it would be hard to set. To declare bytes, you can just write bytes instead of PC. PCB. High and low address. This is how you usually do it on 16-bit address. But that's kind of not, you kind of limited to 16-bit address in that case. So instead we're using C algebra, mask and shift. That works the same, it's the same result. Those are the big differences. This one. Not much around there. I could set up an IRQ. So you see that it works taking that. There's hooks better than that. It'll hook into the base control. Next. A few more examples. Numbers. So regular decimal, you can use binary. The percentages prefix for binary. Or you can use the C++ or C prefix. Several P. Looks the same. Hexadecimal, that you know, you can use the C version. You can here, take a variable and talk about variables later. To explicitly use 16-bit, just put the use hexadecimal and prefix it. And you will have not the zero-page store structure. The difference is there's a zero-page address mode and an absolute mode. Where you, in this case, it will force 16-bit absolute values. Octal numbers. You want to program an octal or something. You have to prefix with 0. And that could be confusing if you're prefixing and you think you're in decimal, then you switch to octal. So that's will that keep in mind. You can load the characters straight like that. This would load the PC ASCII like that. So that's not very useful. But there are some built-in ASCII to screen code. It's the screen code or is in different complexity. If you want to go straight into memories or like demo games, then probably skip the text case instead of screen. Those numbers, labels. That's pretty straightforward. This is a label, as we call it. The label with the dot first is local to the scope. So there's the start scope. The loop here, it's not a loop, they don't allow. You can reference the local label by putting the parent label first, dot. So text dot. So yeah, this is that. There's a lot of hello world. The world of home. Variables. So there's a built-in variable type called R. You can assign it freely to the numbers or other variables. Of course, in algebra, anywhere you want. There's a few more things I'm going to do with variables. Currently, there are no local namespace variables, but you can put them in the scope. It's kind of a design position I have to read the name. Just get load. What's going on there? A C integer. You can freely use those instead of a variable. A variable will, like I mentioned there, with the explicit 16-bit, the variable will remember. And when you store here, it will store as not zero. The integer example here shows that you can't do that. Even if you feel it doesn't remember. I mean, that's why this would be zero. You can look at the, I don't need to show. Oops. Then I go back. I'm having the mouse over the HTML. Variables, macros, which is the most powerful feature. So this is just a declaration of the macro main. So yeah, it's easy. You give the name, you give the inputs. The @ sign here is just the prefix for inputs. It has nothing to do with the org pointer. Destination, source, size. This is exactly what the C posits now called. So the macro will expand in place. It's not a call. It will expand in place, but you can put the conditional code. So if you actually use zero size, don't do anything. Size is 1, which then we investigate. If size is below 128, it's fixed. Do the backward loop, which will save you speed and if it's bigger than 128, we have to do it forward, or we can do it forward. And if it's actually going to be fixed by full block, you don't have to have it from scratch. So it kind of generates the smart code for you in place. If it's bigger currently and there's no Ethernet further, I'll have the zero page address, indirect addressing. So that implementation should go here. For now, it's just something you probably do often is push all registers. So you can push all. And you've seen basic startup in other projects. It's actually a macro that puts the bytes for the startup and sys and 61. It also sets order. So that's the way so here's using the macros. Just for a good example, I'm loading some colors to Y and A and push it and call them copy, which would of course trash the registers, but then pop them back. So and I've got hello world Commodore as something like that. You see my mouse? Yes. And the colors like that. Yeah. Here's another macro actually, screen code. So you can write pet ski if you want pet ski, screen code if you want screen code. In this case, I'm copying the straight to the screen, so screen code is good. Cover that. Yeah, so with Oprah's enthusiasm, everything is actually a map. Fine. This is commented out, so you have a little reference manual. Sorry? That would carry. But everything is a map. And here's also how, say, I would carry would detect if you zero page addressing or not. So that's why you have to be explicit. We will compare even number of bits used this, of course, otherwise go. Absolutely. And Word, of course, it's a little engine. So everything is an act. Not built in for, you can actually use float as a variable if you want. So this makes it very expandable. If you want to add, I already have, so 65.2 is very complete. Even down in 10 or so-called illegal codes are included by default. But if you want to make your own macros, it should be that simple.
So behind the scenes, you really only coded like the macro, the word macro, and then everything else.
There are very few, yeah, there's just few operators that assembler knows. So it knows macro, it has a few special around variables, it has a few specials. Labels, of course, but not a lot. It's very simple. So let's switch to. So this, I will get to the scary parts. This is all optional, but over. So if we're going to look, ignore what's below this part for now. So you can use the preprocessor. This is just word breadth there. So you can use the preprocessor to define things, constants, whichever. Basic startup, interrupts, screen. This loads a variable. You can use the variable also, they are flexible in that way. You can use them as an array. They can be indexed. So I'm loading the pet scheme piece of the art here straight into the variable. And first comes offset and then comment bytes. So the two here is to skip the PRG header. So 861 is actually where in the PRG between the starts. Then just a little bit subtraction of count them. And then load those function bytes. Same with color data. And then there's a for loop here. It does not compile into the loop at all. This is a method. It will repeat these instructions 1,000 times. So this is not stupid. Let's give viewer ever they were going to disassemble. Look at it. There it is. And let's go into the monitor. Load, store, load, store. That's a good way to waste money. But certain sysadmin program demo parts sometimes you need to do something very, very fast. It's just unroll straight. This is a great tool to help. I just made an alternative version here, so we can just use the preprocessor to switch over to the other one, 0, or to the else. So this is a bit more optimized, it's actually even faster and it's less RAM because it goes over the screen code, the screen data and the color data. And it loads accumulator with, let's say, value 1. And then any cell that needs value 1 stored and stored sequence. So it's about half instructions. So yeah, value zero was never used. Don't use flash. So store the protocol. So it's probably the world's fastest pet ski unit. Everything is C++. So you already figured this out. But in the bottom, at the bottom of each macro, it's just a C++ call. So like macro not the simplest instruction, find the 8, and even find in the macro. It's just to push 8 to push 8 bits. And even the mem copy would expand into something like this. So we're going to now look at the C++ file. Hello. No. So this was the one that was automatically generated with the hello project. And as you see, your assembly file is just straight included. Right there. You could write the assembly codes right here. S file. There are this is special, of course. This is not, but this is for the assembler to know where should it start with for macros things, so it doesn't have to parse other C headers things. And if you want to customize with something you want to do before the assembly, you can insert code here. And actually, in the project file, you can add more C++ files if you want to do some calculations, generate graphics, or whatever you're up to. And after on success, if the assembly is correct, post call customize what happens. So hello, CPP is just run through the C preprocessor hello, and it turns into hello.ii. That's the prefix for the preprocessor C. Then that file is run through the macro expander. And it's really, yeah, good imagination, .ii. So I can tell them apart. And then that file is compiled. It's an object file. You can look at, so let's get to that one after the expanded hello ii. Go into the immediate files here. That folder you can actually delete and delete. So this is not meant to be used readable. You can kind of clean it up. So this is what the preprocessed C file would look like. These are all the headers. A keep included headers. There's a lot of empty space there. That's where macros where. So you code something like this. There's the basic start. There's the push calls. They're not meant to be even readable, but the C++ compiler has no problem. Of course, I have to insert the preprocessor for line numbers. When you get an error, you actually get the correct line number from your source, not what the compiler is. Then, of course, these object file compile one is linked together with whatever tool. So now we use this 4 as a template. So any Commodore specific tools have been compiled on it. They will be linked together with your code into a DLL or SO shared object. Then the C2 assembler, the executable, loads this DLL and executes it. And you remember all these push instructions? They're getting pushed into a hash. It will run through your code. It might do several passes. So at the start of the pass, your labels say, this is, we didn't have, we used actually unnamed label example, but we had a start, exit, and then text for the hello world, the group position. So at the start, first pass, all these are unknown, they're all 0. After pass 1, it only knows, in this case, when I look at the words. So this label was unnamed. You can actually explain this. So this was a backward reference. It was known at pass 1 when it came down to jump in the address. But text was a forward reference. So it didn't know it, so it would just use 0 at the first pass, temporary. So in pass 2, it knows a little bit more. Things are starting to straight up. Okay, this one landed, what that address, etc. I think also, since it loaded text with address 0, it would have inserted a 0 page address in, which then realized later, okay, change that to absolute address. So on the third pass, it actually gets everything right, all the addresses right. It doesn't know it's done, so it tries a fourth pass. And at the fourth pass, nothing changed. The hash codes, oops. The hash generated, you have 2 identical hashes in a row, then you know it's done. There are some errors that can happen. I mean, if you do, say, insert a random number generator and generate random code, it will never go. It will actually stop when the error application has. It could be a cyclic error too if you do some really advanced reference back and forth that it ends up in an infinite loop generated. It will detect that and will have an error, it's a cyclic loop. So that would be a hash that it has seen before coming again, but not if the 2 last are good, same, then it's done. But if it sees a hash it's seen previously, it's just like, it's very hard to get that make up something to get it, but it's possible. How good turn out an example? How about with time? Okay, that's good. Advanced basic. So for Commodore 64, I included the basic. So you can basically use it as a print end. And here you see the problem with when you write assembly and when you do basic, you kind of put the basic first and then put your assembly code following, because if you move it, you have to change all the addresses. But this assembly can do that for you. So you can freely make whatever custom basic you want, and it will resolve the proper sys.start address. So it works from basic and then follow. And then the other is in the flank.
Yeah.
Yeah, flank. Actually, I'm using flank. And relocation is how to assemble something to one memory location, but it's meant to run at another memory location. So that is something that's quite useful, especially if you want to move something down to the stacking area or something and run it from there, but you can't load it there straight. You have to So in this case, I'll calculate a variable, put it in speed RAM 600. That's where I want to run the code, just because it's visible. And then you set order like this. You give it two parameters. The first parameter is this is where I'm writing, where I'm at now. Second is where it should be address. Then you can just write the code, right? And then to restore back sign to itself, both addressing and devices. So first, after basic startup, it will copy the copies. This part to location at the screen of the world. All right, so see the code was on the screen to the part of there. Well, it ran from there. But it was moved there. Of course, loaded. So that's practical. Picture scroll and music. Of course, they're not one of those. First. I don't know if there's song.
Should be.
It's not that very advanced, it looks like a basic input. Over there. I'll run it in there. We can improve on it. Okay. Where did I put? There it is. So I make a few macros here. Actually, my old assembler I included, will probably include this 16-bit, move 16, so or increase 16. Make a macro to tile the sprites, because the scroller is actually sprite on top. So this will unroll the tile, those loadings and setting down this. Here I use C, but people don't have to do that. That looks too scary. Don't use it. Do it the old way. Some people think.
All the rope you shoot yourself in the foot. That's actually what power. That's a book title by that.
So a few constants, put the little constant there if I want to shrink the scroller a bit. Put this to 0. And later. I need a little bit of pi, so the sine wave. Oh, the length of the sine wave is way too slow. So let's just make it smaller. There's a koala picture, standard data format, so I just define for it. Then I include also the controls for input state. You can load from able to simulation or anywhere you want. So think twice, reset the judges. This is a little specialized call. It takes two variables, the init address, play address, fills it out for you. You have no control right here how where it's being loaded, because it is made for one spot in memory, it will load into that spot. Now I made sure. Actually, if I compile. Oh no, you see here in the output. See it between these addresses in it. So it calculates between. It's good to know because if you load any seed, it might be on the same location where you place your code. We'll get a lot of errors. I actually set org to address to the server page here, and that's just a little trick because I want to allocate some bytes on server page for. So I put the label, and then I work back to basic start. Desync is not needed here. It's just wait for sync. It's a macro. Wait 012. Just to remove some glitch. A few more macros set. Graphic code. These are my personal macros. I like them, but it's LDA, SDA, 011. But I have the different mask series. Also set where the bitmap data is, where the screen data is. Here I'm loading 1 byte out of the koala image directly into the immediate flow. So the assembler will go get that byte from the byte and do all the with that byte and store it. That's the colors. Move some colors, screen data on. Sprites. Another lazy macro, initialize the raster IRQ. This part does not need a raster IRQ. I always suggest people just compare with these. But I, for example, this is the role with installer. I also get the font and the interesting part is probably the sign curve. Yeah, it's a byte. Which is a loop calling C++. Rounding it a little bit, some corrections where yeah, time's up, and I think we're about done. I've just showed it all. So future, I was so close to have 68,000 finished, but I didn't make it. I had to drop it on finish the rest. I want C-log 80, 8080, CDM there, or super CPU values, whatever. I'm going to put it up. But that's it.
Looks like your desktop is full limit. Machine?
This one?
Yes.
Yes.
We go to use all that in Windows, like if we have like Wine or that sort of thing.
Well, actually, with Visual Studio Community Edition, you can, which is I would recommend. Go in when they set it up, check fine.
Oh,
Microsoft included.
Perfect. So,
Yeah, you just need to set it.
The highlighting, is that just part of like the C++ doing like your highlighting?
Oh, in the text?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just the text editor. And it's not perfect, but the highlighting and the text.
Oh, okay. I just wonder if it the IntelliSense, like they send it to actual, so that's what typing.
Oh. Like the color.
Not the color, or like you're typing like a ABC.
Yeah.
As you're typing it, like go, oh, you want this.
Oh,
and then
sorry, I got what you want to say, so these don't start to go on the back, these are like we're off.
Okay.
I know, yeah.
I know, we're straight late.
See if I can.
We're back in a few minutes, folks. And with that.
We'll start it.
My back is to that live stream, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I live stream. All right,
It's, we'll just cover something.
now we got a head right.
Move it back.
Okay. Just trying to get it. Okay, yeah, so welcome to World Commodore. This presentation is called C64 OS version 1.0 released. I am Gregory Nasu, and we are opcoders. So 2022 was a seriously epic year for me, and I would love to tell you a little bit about it. In 2016, I came back to the Commodore 64 after about 8 years away. And in 2017, I started to design and develop an operating system called C64 OS for the Commodore 64. It wasn't until about 2019 that I gave the first kind of real demo at World of Commodore. And shortly thereafter, in 2020, I began a private beta testing program. In 2021, I gave an advancements to C64 OS demo here at World of Commodore. And finally, in 2022, C64 OS version 1.0 was released to the public as a commercial product. So just after World of Commodore 2021, I began 6 months of very intensive development to try and get everything ready for a release. And I announced in the spring that it would be available in the summer of 2022. I gave a couple of other demos online. For example, I gave in 2021, I gave a presentation for Commodore Users Europe. And then again, in summer of 2022, I gave another one that included most of what is included in version 1.0. And I'm very happy to say that those videos have had 37,000 views on YouTube, which is very, very helpful to get the word out, and the publicity is greatly appreciated. So over the 30-month beta period, I put out 9 betas. And final beta was 1.0 beta, which was put out in the middle of this summer. And so in preparation to be able to release, I founded a company called Opcoders Inc. I got a logo design for my company, and I updated the design of C64OS.com, and I upgraded C64OS.com to HTTPS. I had been blogging, but my blog took a serious hit in 2022 because I was spending most of my time working on the print and online versions of the user's guide. And of course, I ordered a lot of physical stuff, like manuals and SD cards and all that kind of stuff. Prepared the site to take orders. And I lined up a promotion video with a popular YouTuber, which many people have told me that that's how they came to hear about it, Peripheractics Retro Recipes. So you would think, okay, finally, we're ready. But then in early September, something happened. Very sadly, the Queen died. So I released C64OS.com on the 19th of September, but very quietly. And then the next day, we released the promo video. So out of respect to the Queen, we actually delayed the release of the promo video by a week. It went live on the 20th of September, which, if you know when your seasons change, is the last day of summer of 2022. But I met the deadline. And I spent the last week worried that, wow, what is going to happen if I only sell 5 copies of C64 OS? Because I had sunk a lot of time into its development. And at that point, I'd also put up quite a bit of money into buying stock and getting other things set up and ready to go. And I'd spend a little bit of time being worried. But the next day, when that video went live and we announced on Twitter that the website changes went live, I started making sales. And then I started making lots of sales. And pretty soon they were coming in faster than I could process them. And I had a backlog that I had to work through. But as they say, that's the right problem to have.
this is the part that really blew my mind. I was not anticipating that that retro recipes video would end up with 219,000 views, which totally blew my mind. But that was fantastic. A lot of people came to me via that video. So it's wow, actually, that there are that many people that wanted to watch it. So I'm selling C64 OS in two bundles, starter bundle and a standard bundle. Starter bundle is a 16 megabyte system card with a printed user's guide and a sticker. And C64 OS version 1.0 is installed, and you get access to a private Discord server for support and community. 16 megabytes, some people think that's small, other people think it's big. I think it's a good size because it's the same size as a maxed out CMD RAM link. It's also the same size as a CMD HD's native mode partition. And for, to put it in perspective, it can hold almost 100 B64 disk images. So, you think of operating systems of the past that have been released on disk, a 16 megabyte card is enormous compared to a disk release. The standard bundle comes on a 64 megabyte card, user's guide, and all the same stuff, but it also includes a pre-configured, pre-installed CMD HD image that can be used with Vice to just make it easier to get into using the system on Vice. The printed user's guide is 43 pages, and the online user's guide is 75,000 words. So there's a lot of content in there. It's like a 160-page book. So C64 OS version 1 includes 3 kind of tentpole applications: the app launcher, the file manager, and C64 archiver, plus several other kind of demo-y, testy type applications. And it includes a whole bunch of utilities: mouse, date, calculator, copy, save, open, installer, memory, settings, today, time, peak, themes, colors, and so on. 27 utilities in total. It also ships with 19 shared libraries, 13 hardware drivers, and 24 toolkit classes, along with all of the other sort of plumbing and stuff that makes an operating system go. So major additions in 2022 are the open utility, which lets you navigate the complete file system of all your storage devices, partitions, and directories. Gives you access to up to 15 favorite places and 15 recently opened documents. So effectively, this is like a document picker from within an application. The save utility is similar, lets you navigate the whole file system. You get a file name field that you can specify the file name you want to save your document as. Has an option for overwriting a file if that file name already exists. So these were kind of the two last major pieces that let you open documents and save documents and navigate the file system from within other applications. And the other major component that I did in 2022 is the C64 archiver. So it creates archive files called .car files. And the car files can embed, as opposed to kind of non-native archive formats, they can embed things like pesky file names, special CVM file system metadata like the CVM file type and file lock and so on. C64 archiver can recursively archive files and directories. An archive can hold the date and time that the archive was created. It holds a note, and it also comes in several different types. So restore, general, and install archives. And it can create an archive from any directory or directory tree on any of these supported devices: SD2IC, ID64, or the CMD devices. And then, of course, the great part is that you can extract from any of those devices that you created the archive. You can extract to any of those devices. And so, although the C64 archiver is an application for C64 OS, you can use it for anything. You don't have to use it just for C64 OS content. You can use it for like creating archives of anything on a Commodore 64. And its partner is the installer utility, which was also new in 2022. This is used to do the extraction, so it can recursively extract tar files. General files are like general archives for anything; they just extract to wherever the archive file is. But the install archives are really great. They overlay and update the system folder itself. So the pair of those two, that application and this utility together, allow me to bundle up system updates and then distribute them online, and then they can be installed. Yeah, there's also a tool for previewing files without extracting them. So C64 Archiver and Installer are the perfect pair for creating and distributing software and content bundles on C64. And it makes supporting nested subdirectories in software much easier. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that I want to show. I'm not going to have anywhere near enough time to show, everything there is to show, but we'll hop into a demo and I'll walk through some things. And you can find out more by visiting c64os.com, or you can come to my beautiful table in the on the showroom floor. So if you've been following along with my previous C64OS demos, you'll be familiar with some of the stuff that I'm going to show, but I'm going to kind of recap some stuff and I'll try and weave in some new things as I go. So we were taken first to the app launcher. So we're taking first to the app launcher, which is kind of a desktop-like environment. It's got 5 configurable desktops that you can access with this menu or with keyboard shortcuts. And each desktop is very configurable. So we can create a background image, we can set the color for this desktop, and we can create these aliases and color code them. Now, the app launcher itself is a C64 OS app, but apps can be run concurrently with utilities. So this is an example of a utility that is open at the same time as an application. And utilities run in these little windows, and you can drag them around, and you can drag them off the edge of the screen, and so on. So this is showing us that we're currently on version 1.01. 1.01 was actually released on c64os.com as a car installation archive that you can download. Anyone that's got version 1.0 can download it and install it. And of course, while utilities are open, the application is completely active behind. So we can click on things, we can drag boxes, and so on, but behind the utility. So another way to open utilities besides just clicking on things on the desktop is we have this this menu here. So I'm going to open, say, D&D Roller. And you note that when a utility opens like this, it has this state already because they remember their state. So if we change this, we click through here and we change this and we close it, it remembers exactly what it looks like. And the next time it gets opened, it looks just like this. The other kind of neat thing I wanted to show is that while the utilities have focus, so while it's in focus, this title bar is dark. And we have this button here, which is highlighted to show that it's a default button. So if we press return, we're triggering that default button. But when we click on the desktop, the utility goes out of focus. And so the title bar has become a lighter color, and the default button doesn't display as a default button while it's out of focus. Okay, so next I will change desktop. And what's kind of neat here is, you know, when we change to another desktop, we get a completely different background image, completely different layout of aliases, but the utility stays open. Even when you change desktop, the utility you've had open stays open. So what I want to do is I want to just completely customize this desktop just to show you how we can do that. So I'm going to start by saying select all, and then I'll say file scratch and apply all my my aliases. And now I want to change the backdrop. So I'll say file change backdrop. And there's a keyboard shortcut for that. So this is now opening the open utility. People were messing around with this machine earlier. So some of these things are like, hey, what's that doing down there? Okay, so this is the open utility that I mentioned during the first part. So this is a lot like the file manager. It's got a, you know, this split is live. You can move it around, and there's a horizontal scrolling and vertical scrolling, and we can do cool stuff like resize these column headers and and of course we can also and so this is open like inside the application, right? So everything, just like with any utility, the rest of the application is completely active while this open picker is open. So we can navigate the file system in here. We can go all the way up to, say, we can go up to our device, we can go into a partition, and our OS directory. And we also have keyboard support in the right, so I can use the keyboard to navigate up and down these selections, go into that, go into that. All right, so there's keyboard shortcut, keyboard support in here as well. So now I'll pick, say, this background, I'll select. Now, you can kind of see that the background has changed back there, but of course the utility is still open. The utility was open in select mode, which allows you to pick multiple files without having to go through the cycle of closing the open utility and then reopening the open utility. The only problem, of course, is that it's covering the backdrop, right? So we could just, you know, drag it like this to reveal whatever our cool new backdrop is that we've picked. But, you know, it's a bit clumsy to be moving the utility like that. So you can also use window shape mode. If I pull the control key and click on the title bar, it just instantly collapses into the title bar. So you can see what's back there. And then, of course, there's also a keyboard shortcut for that. So even when my mouse is over here, I can hold Control W, just snap that open and closed. So now maybe I'll pick another backdrop. We can see a preview of that. Now, the other thing I want to point out is that as I'm selecting these files, you can see over here in this list of recents that the files that I'm clicking on are getting added to the top of the list of recents, and the ones at the bottom are just getting bumped off the list. So what's kind of cool here is, you know, like if we were to navigate away or to go to somewhere completely different, if we wanted to, say, get this file, which is our recent, if we wanted that to be the one we select, when we click it, that just takes us right back to where that file is. It selects the file and it scrolls the list so that that file is in focus. And then we would just hit select, and away we go. So that's recent. So here's our cool new background, but now I would like to add, say, new aliases to this desktop. So I can say file, add alias. Now this is going to open the open utility again, but this time it opens it in a slightly different mode. So now what I'll do is I'll use my taskbar here to navigate back up, and I'll go into my applications directory where I have some applications. And I can simply, so I'm going to click on these. I'm going to push return to trigger that select button down. I could click it, but it's faster to touch the return button. So I'm just going to click on some of these. And you can see that they're getting added to that list of recents over there in the sidebar as I select them. And then I can window shade. And so here they all are, and I can just drag these down, put them somewhere where I want them to be. So, and I can drag, I can drag a box around them all. You know, I can move them a little bit at a time like that. Now I'll unwindow shade my window. I'll go back up to this time I'll go to utilities because I'd like to have some utilities on this desktop. And we can these. I can do this completely with the keyboard as well if I want, right? Just by moving the cursor down, hitting return. Memory. Okay. Okay, so now let's say, okay, I've added all the aliases I want to add. So I can close this utility. I can move these. And now let's say maybe I want to change the colors of these things. So I can say options colors. We get this color picker, and I can select these guys and say, okay, maybe I want them to be red. Maybe I want these guys to be brown or something. Okay. And now if I click on the desktop itself, I can set the color of the desktop. Now, yeah, you see how the colors, it's kind of in the way though, right? Again, so there's cool little tricks for lots of neat things. So for example, if I double click on the title bar of colors, we'll go into this vertical mode. And then because utilities can be put partially off the edge of the screen, I can actually put it there like that. And now I can see almost the entire screen, and I can click around and and choose what it is I want things to look like. Something like that. And so there we have a completely customized desktop, and that is yeah, it's pretty fun actually. Mess around with that. There's also a tool called Screen Edit that lets you make your own backdrops or to customize the ones that exist. And there are like, I don't know, 35 or 40 kind of built-in backdrops that you can mess around with. So moving on to the next thing. So I'm going to double click on the clock in the menu bar to show what happens when we do that. So here we got this calendar program, which I call Today. So we can say click on these months and navigate forward through the month, see what's going on. We click on this Today button to go back to Today. Today is highlighted in green. There's a bunch of interesting things that it'll show you, like we're at the end of week 49. Christmas this year falls on a Sunday. The first day of Christmas is on a Wednesday, etc. We also have these little exclamation points. Those indicate which calendar dates have notes. So if we click on the 25th, Christmas. Click on the 21st, day of winter. It's like, okay, so what's on the 10th? I don't know, go get the Christmas tree. Go get the Christmas tree. Okay. well, what's on the second here? Okay, so I go, oh, World of Commodore. Like, well, that's not quite right, right? I'd much rather that this note be not on the second, but be on the third. So this is a text field that we can fully edit. So I'll say Commodore A to select all the text, and I'll hit Commodore X to cut that to the clipboard. And if I hit return on that empty field, it saves the empty field to this date, and you see the little indicator just disappeared. Now I can click on the third, and I can hit paste, hit return on that, and the little indicator appears. And then so maybe I want to add that to the fourth as well, because it's a 2-day event. I can paste that, return, and now I can move my note to those dates. So that's just kind of a cool example of a utility and its integration with the clipboard, and the fact that you can open it up within any application. So, of course, the point of the app launcher is to launch apps, right? So we will double click on this application alias that I created to launch Chess. Now, as soon as we try to leave this desktop or we try to leave the app launcher, it automatically saves any changes that were made. So while I was adding those aliases, they're just in memory, but then as soon as I leave, they get saved out to disk automatically. So actually, just before I describe a little bit more about Chess, I'd like to point out that I'll say use my utilities menu, and I'll open this utility called Clipboard. And so here we can see that the clipboard contains 23 bytes of typed text PETSCII, and the content is that note that we were just copying around on the today view. So this is just to show that the clipboard is like universal. It's a cross application. So you can use it to move data between utilities, and you can use it to move data between applications. So the Chess program, it's a work in progress. I plan to build out more of its functionality, but for the version 1.0 release, I just kind of gave it this interface that tells you what the demo version of it can do. So we could scroll through this text. And I cleaned up these menus and added some functionality that I'll show. So this also demonstrates that although the text-based the user interface is primarily in a text mode, you can also have kind of a hybrid mode, right? So when there's a graphics available, you can drag up the status bar to get to the graphics mode. And not only is there a graphics mode, but you can interact with the content in the graphics mode. So I can say, I want to make this guy here. And while that graphics mode is interactable, you can also, like, the content in the text tab of the screen is also interactable, right? The stuff's all open. So now let's say I'll just play a silly chess game here. My bishop right here to try and put king in check. I'll grab this guy here. And I'll put that here. These could be dragged around as well. I can drag on that. Put him here. So now I don't know if this is, I don't know if this is a good start to a chess game, but let's say what I want to do is I want to save the state of this game. So I will go game save as. Now, before I actually save this game, the status bar has multiple modes. So when you click the status bar to switch through its modes, and so right now we just have two modes. We have the message that's coming from the application, chess, and we also have the most recent disk status and the available memory. Well, I will. So we can. This is the save dialog. It looks very much like open, but it's got this couple of extra fields. So I can say go into my documents directory, and I can, this is a perfectly suitable name. So I will hit save. Okay. So we get to pick whatever file name we want, put it in the file system wherever we want to create like a saved game document. And now that we have done that, as we click through the status bar, it has this extra mode that tells you what is the current file and where it's found. So this is like device 10, partition 1, the file name and the path to where the file is. And now that we have a file that's associated with this game, we have extra options, like we can quick save to that file, we can reload from that file. So let us go back into full screen mode here, and now I'll do something very stupid. I put my queen right here, and then this guy will just come and take my queen. I say, well, I don't want that. So I can either use something like the menu like this, or it has a keyboard shortcut. So I could say Control R will, right? So you can activate the keyboard shortcuts in the menus even when you're in full screen graphics mode. That just restored the game from the last previous save state and put the pieces back where they were. Yeah, so that's kind of just an example of a way that applications can use the open dialog for picking files and use the save utility for saving files. And so now from the app launcher, I'm going to jump over to the file manager. The open and save utilities are kind of modeled on the file manager, but they're a little bit simpler. So file manager lets us also navigate the file system, but it has 4 tabs. So we can be in up to 4 different places at the same time across the 4 different tabs. Now, there are also quick ways to navigate. So for example, the Go menu can be used to jump you directly to like your documents directory, your games directory, music, pictures, kind of default places. And those 4 places are associated with F1, F3, F5, and F7. And then you also can jump to these kind of, they're dynamic, but they're a fixed location. So the current system directory, the applications directory of this system directory, and utilities directory, which can be accessed also with F2, F4, and F6. But what I wanted to show is, so where would that documents, games, music, and pictures be? So you can customize those by, okay, say options and then places. And this opens a, so I just move the split aside so I can see these files side by side with this. So this is showing where they're currently configured to. And just for the sake of this demo, I can clear these out. So I'll just click in these fields and hit the clear key. This is like standard behavior as well, like the clipboard integration and using the clear key and the cursor, all the behavior of these text fields is standard across other applications that use these fields. So now I'll just put focus in the documents field. And over here, I can navigate around my file system. So maybe I can go into documents. And then while I'm in here, if this is where I want this place to be, I can say options, copy place. And when I do that, it actually just puts the path into the field, which is, I think is kind of cool because the utility has the ability to listen for messages about changes to the clipboard. And if it gets a message about a change to the clipboard, it can look at the clipboard data type. And if it's a file reference, then it can suck that in and put it into the field automatically for you. So now I'll just quickly, I also don't have to navigate into the directory. I can just highlight it, say copy that place. I'll pop that in there. And then for this, maybe I'll go and say digital audio. And of course, these could be to different devices. They could be to different partitions and so on. Look on pictures. And there. So now, as soon as I close this utility, it will save those new shortcut places to wherever I just specified. So I can now say, like, from the Go menu, I can say, oh, I'll just jump straight to the documents directory, and it'll just jump straight there. Or I can use my function keys and go say F3 will take me to games, 4 take me to audio, F5 take me to pictures. Okay. So the next thing that I'm going to show is so here I am in my pictures directory, and I have a bunch of subdirectories of other kinds of pictures. So I'll go into this interpaint directory, and I'll scroll down here to find a very classic image, Middle Earth. So this is an interpaint file, but as it happens, I haven't assigned this type of file to open in any particular application yet. So what happens is we get this opener utility. The opener utility tells us that the file that we've got selected is a PRG file with an extension of IPH, and it gives us a list of applications and a list of utilities that we can choose to open this file in. So I will say choose image viewer. Now I could just click open and it would open it once, but the file type would remain unassigned to any applications. Well, I would like to actually assign this file type to always open an image viewer. So I just click assign, and now I'll click open. So the assign has been established. Now the file manager is going to open the image viewer application and pass to it a file reference to the file that we specified. We can actually see that file reference in the status bar. And just like in chess, when there's graphics data, we can slide the status bar up to take a look at it. Go full screen graphics mode. That is a truly classic image on the Commodore 64. So now I'll just I'll go home again. Okay. So now, just for the sake of it, I will click on this file. And this time, because I've already assigned that file type to image viewer, without going through that opener stage, it just pops open this application and shows us that image. Very cool. And of course, from within this application, we don't have to go back to the file manager. We can actually say open image, and it'll use the opener utility inside this application to let us pick a file to open. Ahead of time. I am on 5 minutes. Okay. I'm pretty much at the end anyway. So what I wanted to show now is that I made that assign, right? But what if I wanted to, undo that assign? So C64OS is very open. Everything is done in a file somehow. Nothing is kind of really, hidden away. So if we go into the system directory, and then we go into settings, where all the sort of global settings for the system are saved. These are all settings files for various system settings. We have this assigns subdirectory. And in the assigns subdirectory, we have these files that indicate, so FT is file type, and then PRG and IPH. That file right there was the one that got created when I clicked assign. So I can say use text view to preview the contents of that alias file, or that assign file rather. And the fact that this file says image viewer, that's what connects those interpaint files to image viewer. And I can also delete that. So I'll just scratch that file now. Okay, so we can scratch the file. Now interpaint files are not associated with anything anymore. And lastly, I wanted to show that in this list of recents, I have this 1.01 update bar. I make the thing a little wider, and I click on it, and it takes me to where I had stashed that file, and it's highlighted. And if I just double click that file, car files have already been assigned to open in the installer utility. And so here's the installer utility telling us that this type of file is an install archive, tells us when I created this update. We got a little note here, tells us exactly what is the content of this archive. And I'm not going to do that right now, but you just click install, and that is how you can install system updates that get released on c64os.com. You download them with a PC, stick them on the SD card, and then you can just double click them, run them through this installer, and you get new updates and features. And I think that's pretty much all I had time for. I'm trying to stick to the limit, so that's the presentation. Yeah. Questions?
Yes. How much is it?
Oh, so I'm selling the starter bundle on c64os.com. If you order it, it's $59 for the starter bundle and $64 for the standard bundle. And then I'm selling them here on the floor at 12% off. So $56 for the standard bundle.
Do you say $59 for the starter bundle?
Yeah, if you order on the website, it's $59 for the starter bundle and $64 for the standard bundle. And then if you order today here at World of Commodore, it's 12% off.
Okay, so yeah, so $64. You get everything.
Yep. I got a table, so if you want to. Yeah.
What limitations do you have that you run into when you're designing the
what limitations did I run into developing it, or
at the moment right now? There are certain limitations that you ran into.
Yeah, RAM. There's no RAM on the Commodore 64, like zero. It may as well be zero. Yeah, no, seriously though, RAM is the big problem. Like it's not multitasking. It's kind of partial, like the ability to run an application and a utility at the same time covers a lot of ground. Like it lets you do at least two things kind of at the same time. But if you can't run two applications at the same time, because an application like the file manager with 4 tabs and loading directories, which is data, as soon as you start loading up, you can load up 4 directories at the same time. But if you load up 4 long directories at the same time, you are already at 0 memory, right? Because there's not enough memory. And so it'll try to do kind of intelligent things like it'll bump out of memory the least recently accessed directory. But memory is the main constraint.
Would you use a 1764 REU or 1541 or 2 plus for extra RAM?
Yeah, there is support for an REU, but it's not like the way PCs use extra RAM, right? Like a PC's CPU can usually address more RAM than you have, and then as you add more RAM, a PC will just kind of dynamically recognize how much you have and then use more of it, and then and on a C64, 64K is the limit of the CPU, so the REU has to be used kind of in special ways. Yeah, so there already is some REU support, and I'm going to add more REU support, but it will remain forever kind of annoying and a problem that 64K is a low limit.
When are you going to start OS 128?
People ask that, and I go, oh, you're looking for C128 OS.com. Yeah, go find that guy. Yeah, I'm not planning on making a 128 native version, but most of the 128's extra hardware can be accessed from 64 mode. If you can access its RAM, and you can access the 80 column video chip, and you can access the extra keyboard. So I'm just gonna keep adding, like I've already added some support for that stuff. So I'm just gonna keep adding support for the extra hardware, but from within 64 mode.
You're gonna have to tell me how to do that.
So if there are any other questions, you can come to my table in the room. Cede the floor to whoever is next. So thank you all for listening.
Yeah, I was going to, I tried to rewrite fast fingers for 128. That was great. If I could use all the, I'm just gonna do a little bit shorter. I'm gonna try to get as much done as I can.
Excuse me.
I think we should move those first two chairs in this row. Yeah, because I think that way we can encourage people to go around the chair this way.
What's next for me?
Now.
So what is it?
Oh, and Vintage Computer Federation.
The which?
Vintage Computer Federation.
Oh, okay, so we would be in the same room or?
Different. Vintage Computer Federation.
Okay, I'll hang out. Just have to- Assuming there's enough going on.
I'm not feeling. I'm not feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's, and me on the other hand, I gotta stop with my parents because he's out. Yeah, it was one of those
Okay, we have Jeff Blair from the Vintage Computer Festival, and what's up next?
Shall I begin?
Go nuts.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff Brace from Vintage Computer Federation. Just tell a little bit about me. I'm the Vice President of the Vintage Computer Federation, also the showrunner for VCF East, which takes place in Wall Township, New Jersey. I've been a and I also do event manager. I do other events besides the VCF East local events that we have there. We have swap meets, we have repair workshops. I've been a member of that group since 2008. I just showed up one day and then they got involved with that. I'll tell a little bit more about that later. A little background about me. I graduated from Drexel University in 1996. I had a bachelor's in computer information systems. I was a database programmer for about 5 years before becoming a Taekwondo instructor. I did that for about 13 years. And then I decided I wanted to be an elementary school teacher. So I'm working towards that. I got my master's in about 4 years ago in elementary education, and currently doing substitute teaching, trying to find a permanent position. My first computer was a Commodore 64. I had gotten it in 1986. The first computer I'd ever used was in 8th grade, and it was a Apple IIe, and we did the logo turtle graphics thing. And I was like, well, I want that computer because that was the only computer that I saw, but then it was like, $1,300 plus. So it was very expensive. So I was telling my brother's friend that he said, oh, well, I'm going to sell this computer, a Commodore 64 with a monitor, disk drive, printer, and a whole bunch of pirated games. I was like, $150? Sure, that's great. So my dad actually said, I'll help you buy it. So I bought it, and the first year I just played around with games for the first year. And then I was like, well, what else can I do? So I opened up the user guide, and I was like, oh, wow. And then I found out about a user group, local user group. And then my mom knows some, she cleans house for this guy, and he has this magazines and everything. And so I borrowed magazines, and so I got, involved with that. But that's about me. VCF. So right now, VCF, their mission, I'll read the mission statement: to preserve computing history through education, outreach, conservation, and restoration. We strive to accomplish this through family-friendly, hands-on activities on our museum, at our regional and global events, and by fostering and nurturing the expansion of online and in-person communities. So it took actually a long time for us to actually nail that down. But we're a nonprofit, so we're not in for the money, and we're trying to further, vintage computing hobby. So I'll start out about the Vintage Computer Festival. Click it. What?
Yeah, at least.
Oh, there you go.
You turn it on and turn it back on.
All right, so this is the 25th anniversary of the Vintage Computer Festival. It's all right, I'll go this way. The 25th anniversary started in 1997. A guy named Salam Abraham, decided to post a CC talk, and I guess it was still around back then. And he didn't know what to expect. He posted the CC talk and to some other, I think Apple II group, to Usenet, ComSys, Apple II, and some other. There were not a lot of vintage computer discussion lists, because this was kind of early, because we had, I think it's kind of like
it was kind of early, like, we had, Commodore went out of business in 1994. At what point do people consider things vintage, This is like 1997, people like started to think like, well, maybe we should start to save some of these computers. Maybe we should, because now things are going in a whole different direction. You got iMacs coming out, you have all these DOS clones coming out. So he thought, like, let me just post this, see what people think, because like some of these people were involved, in the early, the 60s, the early 70s, the mid 70s, you had different homebrew computers. So surprisingly, there was a lot of interest by different people. So, people who had personal attachments to computers that they used at home, at work. And so it was pretty good. It was in California, Alameda County Fairgrounds. So it was successful. Started out with different talks. There are actually some famous people that were there. I think Felsenstein might have been at that one. So there's a lot of interesting and famous people in vintage computing at that original show. But he just tried it and see, and got a lot of interest and people started to come. So then they did it again the next year, 98. This time they went to Santa Clara Convention Center. They did it again in 1999. And then started to branch out. All right. Started to branch out. I'll leave that alone. Europa. There was actually one in Europa in 2000. And then DCF East started in 2001. That one was in Massachusetts. And eventually there was Midwest, I believe. Midwest. When was Midwest? Later. So there's other branch out to other ones. Had the Midwest, we had Southwest. Believe it or not, there was one or two of them in Texas area, and Southeast. That was in Georgia and Europa, and there may be some other ones, but it started to branch out because people had interest. So Salami let different people do that. VCF East. Did it again in Massachusetts in 2004, but then at some point, they went to, at 2006, they went to InfoAge. And how did that happen? So the Vintage Computer Federation started in 2016. What was before that? In 2005, a group of people posted to, I don't know which group it posted to originally, but they posted like some interest because there was a Trenton Computer Festival, and that's really has a lot of history. It goes back, to the mid 70s. Trenton Computer Festival. They would have whole parking lots filled with people selling things and parking on the side of the roads where they shouldn't be, but it was like huge. So people decided to meet at the Trenton Computer Festival in 2005. And then at the dinner, some people were like, the guy who sort of organized these people, he's like, someone's like, hey, here's $20, open up a bank account. He's like, what am I gonna do? Open up a bank account? We're just a bunch of guys just hanging out. And that was the beginning. We opened up a bank account. We started a organization called March, which stands for Mid-Atlantic Retro Computing Hobbyists. So Evan Colwoods, they decided he would become the president of the group, and that organization was formed. That one was a for-profit organization. I don't think they originally intended to be that way, but it was a for-profit. And they found InfoAge, which is a science and history museum in Wall, New Jersey. It's formerly Camp Evans. They had a lot of military research there in the 40s. They have a satellite dish, radio dish there. So they said, we're starting a museum there because the Army left Camp Evans, and now they said, we got to preserve this. This is historical. A lot of things happened here. So they like, all right, we're started getting people like Evans, like, you want to start a museum here. So they started a museum, and it was only like a 10 by 10 room. It was very tiny.
But that was a start, and then somehow people started like donating. You know what the way it is, like people are like, hey, you want this old computer? You want this old computer? And you got not just micros, but mainframe computers, big mini computers, and so we was like, all right, they started renovating different places. So then they got another 5 rooms, 5 10x10 rooms. So we expanded our museums, had different themes. We had the mini and mainframe room. We had the consumer micro room, which is like the Apple II, Commodore 64. And then they had the business computers, and then had a homebrew like, the Inside and Altair. So we had that for a couple of years, and then we got another space that was bigger, so like basically putting all those 5 rooms plus maybe a little more, so it's maybe 900 square feet. And it was a well renovated place, so it was actually pretty nice there. Back to the VCFE. So the Evans had started that organization, and they said, let's do he says, all right, I'll do VCF East, but it has to be in Wall Township, because they had it in Boston originally. And he said, okay. So then it started out small. It was just like one room there, and still like sort of renovating that place. And then it grew from there. I started, I think, at VCF East in 2008. So they started in Wall in 2006. So I guess I was VCF 5.0, they called it. So that's when I showed up, because like for years I was like, when I went to Drexel, barely use my Commodore anymore. They use Macintoshes there. So every once, summertime I bring it out and here, play around with it, and like, is there any other, people out still interested in this stuff? And so sometimes I'd see Midwest or West, VCF. Now, the original wasn't called West. It was called just Vintage Computer Festival. And then even World of Commodore, I was like, well, I can never get any time off. I couldn't travel anywhere. So I found VCF East, and I just show up. I'm waiting in line. I go in there, and then they find out that I live 10 minutes away, and they say, do you want to help volunteer? So that's how I got volunteered. And like, everyone would call me up like on a Sunday, hey, can you help me out, move around these heavy things? I'm not very good, sort of moving things around in the warehouse, because that was like where everyone started donating. It got out of control. So it was a lot of like organizing of that. So that's how I got started. And eventually I got, more involved until I was on the March board, and then VCF, I became, on the national board of VCF. In 2009, the Vintage Computer Festival in California stopped. The showrunner couldn't do it anymore for health problems. But then it was rebooted again. Once Vintage Computer Federation was created in June 2016, we rebooted that and he called it VCF West. Eric Klein started that. He had a forum, Vintage Computer Forum, which he handed over to us at the Federation, and we still have that running. In fact, we used to use the Bulletin, but that started to go downhill, that software, and now it's using Zenforo, and it's having a lot of success. And so, anyway, they rebooted it in California, and we've been having it every year. We did briefly do one in Pacific Northwest. Yeah, we've done 2 of them. We were going to do a 3rd one, but then COVID happened and we had to cancel it. And then the Living Computer Museum shut down. That's where we held it. Unfortunately, they shut down and they're out of business. There's a lot of great artifacts there. So the showrunner decided he didn't want to do it anymore. So that's always, biggest problem is where you're going to have it. So we did have that briefly. So VCFE. So the showrunner for VCFE is Evan. He he stopped, he resigned in 2019. Actually right before COVID. So then I suddenly became the showrunner. I was sort of the co-showrunner for a few years, helping him out and getting him organized. He was always like different people have different skills. He was good about getting speakers and running the show, but I was good about keeping things organized. So I suddenly became the showrunner. We're like, you know, oh my God. And then like COVID started coming. It's like, all right, now what do? We got to reschedule to October. So then we're like, all right, it's still a problem in October. So we did a virtual show. We had never done that before. So it was a big learning experience for like a lot of people. So we did virtual, and it was pretty successful. You know, we got a lot of different people there and a lot of different diversity. So then we were going to do it again and try, because our usual time of the year that we do it is in April. It used to be originally I think it was September, and then we moved it to May. But May is always a problem with different holidays and things, so we moved it to April. But then we had to postpone it again. COVID again a problem, so we moved it to October, and then again to April after that. So, and we kept it as a hybrid. I know it's, you know, different people will like different ways. Like people like the in-person aspect, but at the same time, people don't want to travel and they want to see it streaming online. So it's always like, you know, hard to please everybody with that, but we're going to continue doing hybrid, but we're going to try to encourage people to be in person, because you want to really meet people in person. You don't want to just see them online. That's why you're there, for the show. So our museum, so future plans for our museum, we have, so right now I mentioned we had like a 900 square feet, and we have opportunity to get 6,000 square feet. So that's pretty huge, but it needs to be renovated, because at InfoH, they have a lot of, they call H buildings. They're different interconnected buildings, but they all had to be renovated one at a time. So basically people would store stuff in there. So basically we have to clear out the junk and then renovate it, which is going to take a lot of money. But it's a great opportunity to have more artifacts shown and less of them in the warehouse, because it's not climate controlled. We do our best, and we're working on, that's actually one thing we're working on, is moving our our warehouse so full of stuff to another section and trying to have some climate control, because that's like the biggest thing, because you know people keep donating and donating, but where you're going to store it and how you're going to preserve it. So we've done the best that we can to slim down, like sell surplus things and recycle like things that have already been archived online. So it's a constant challenge, because there's always people like, hey, you want this, you want this, I have a bunch of old books, Windows 95, or sometimes we'll get some good things, you know. And so we will, you know, this constant battle to manage what we have and to you know, preserve what is actually useful. So all right, I think up to there. I sort of mentioned that already. So yeah, the museum. So the version that we have now, I call it version 3.0. One addition that we did to it was an 80s bedroom. So it's not really a bedroom, but it's sort of like a section with a wall and a desk, and it has a Commodore 64 and a printer and everything. So we have like print shop exhibits. So people coming to the museum and visiting, they can, you know, say, you know, kids want to print out a print shop, and they think it's great because then you can take it home. But it has different like posters there, like Miami Vice and Back to the Future. It has like some of my toys. They have like a X-Wing fighter from Star Wars. That's original, because I actually saw Star Wars in the movie theater. Rubik's Cube, you know, Monty Python. So all these different things, like as if it was 80s bedroom. So it was kind of a fun way to spice up the museum. So I call that version 3.0, 3.1. And then an office exhibit, so like what kind of computers would you use in an office, and like a, office phone with multiple lines on it and things like that. We sort of changed it around recently, so we still have the Commodore 64 there. And we, moved the office thing to another spot. And the goal for the museum now is we just actually established a mission statement for the museum itself, not for the Federation. And then a vision. We want to try to get as many of those machines working as possible, so that we want to be hands-on, just like the Living Computer Museum was hands-on. It's great. Whereas like the Computer History Museum, I don't know if you guys know about the Computer History Museum. You can't touch much of anything, just like the Smithsonian, right? It's all behind stuff. You can't touch it. We want to be more hands-on. So maybe I'm thinking more like a mixture, like some stuff has to be behind there because it's like valuable and fragile. And whereas other stuff is hands-on. So we're constantly working on getting different machines working. We have a UNIVAC 1219B. It's a later model UNIVAC from 1965 that actually does work. Those were typically used on naval ships for ballistics control. It's really amazing. I didn't know, obviously we always tell them the early computers were for calculators, so big calculators. Because you didn't have something in your pocket, you had this huge machine that had either vacuum tubes or transistors. But so that one actually does work. There was another one called the George Philbrook machine. It's like an analog machine. That's a someday project that's hopefully we can someday get working. The next big project we have is we just finished a fundraiser for the IBM 1130. So then there's a guy called Carl Claunch who lives in Florida, who's an expert in repairing these things. So we have the money to get that repaired. He's finishing up repairing one for System Source, which is a museum down in Baltimore area. And once that's finished, they're gonna go down there, bring theirs down there, our 1130 down there, and pick up theirs. And so we'll get that repaired because that would be pretty cool to have like a mini computer working. We have a working PDP-8, a working HP 1000. So we're trying to get as many of these machines working as possible. And that's sort of our goal, to have lots of hands-on. And we went back to sort of like a chronological tour of the museum. So the oldest machines to the newest machines. But we're trying to get more to like education. Like, so kids nowadays, they go in there like, have no idea what these computers are. Like, so it's always interesting. First of all, the kids would say, where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? And then like, there's no mouse. And then there's some, some of them have mice on them. And then kids don't even know about keyboards or mice. So they start on a Macintosh, they start touching the screen. They think it's a touch screen. They started, like, no, it's not a touch screen. So, and we sort of like blocked off sort of the entrance to the museum, so they sort of are encouraged to go through the floor, because oftentimes it's understandable to go straight for like the Macintosh, because that's the most recognizable sort of machine that they could try to understand. And then they'll see they'll see the 3.5-inch floppy disk, and they'll say, "Oh, did you 3D print the save icon?" No. The save icon was from this from this disk, right? Other improvements that we made. So we've experimented with different things, like having touch screens for each section to tell about the museums and videos. And then those cheap Android tablets, it didn't work. And then well, now what do we do? So now we have actual signs. We started out simple, just like a little note card sign that says on one side shows the technical stuff, and the other one sort of the story. Commodore 64 was the most successful home computer. Between 12 and 17 million were sold. It was, very good because of the sounding graphics and low cost. So that's sort of like this little signs. And then backdrops, because the backdrops we had were like white and they were fading, and we replaced them with black cloth. And then skirts, those black skirts underneath, so you couldn't see the junk underneath. So
it's shown some improvement. We keep improving on it. We'll keep working on that. So I sort of mentioned this already, chronological organization, because it started getting mixed up. People would just take one out and replace it with something, and it's getting very hard to be docents. And so the warehouse. So we started out with some donations that we stored in the basement of the Information Main building. And then they gave us a warehouse space, and that really got a lot of space. That's maybe 3,000 square feet that we had. And there's Grabe. I don't know if you're familiar with Dimitri Grabe, but you can look that up. He had a lot of very rare artifacts. But InfoH owns them, but we sort of caretake them for them. But a lot of like microchips and other artifacts like that are very rare. Dimitri Grabe. So then we moved the warehouse to another location. There were some problems with the rain. They fixed that, but it's still sort of leaking. So that's one of the reasons why we're moving out of that one to the roof. And that's actually happening pretty soon. Mention this. Oh, so yeah, VCFE started as a 1-day show, and then it grew and went to 2 days, and then we went to 3 days. And the idea was on Friday, we do VCF East University, which is more technical talks. Like I think the last 2 talks with the OS, that's more technical. That's for, people that are more technical, not, your wife or daughter, maybe they're not interested, or someone else that might be not be interested in, different people. So Friday is more like technical classes, or Saturday and Sunday is more general public. We have exhibits, talks, and it's grown. We originally just did like 1 keynote per day, and now I do like here, like, a bunch of talks in the 1 day. People can pick and choose what they want to do. So it's like a proper conference where you can just, watch what you want. And consignment, oh my God, consignment. Buying and selling. We, actually, we make a lot of money from that, but also the people selling it make a lot of money from that. It's just, and it doesn't stop. We started doing swap meets 2-3 years ago, and it started out with like 20 people, and it's like 60 people consistently. So we do that like once a year. But consignment, people love to buy and sell. Like it's amazing, it's good for everybody. People want to get rid of their stuff, and people want to buy that stuff, and it's rare finds too. People had found like AT&T 3B2 in good condition or something like that. So, I had gotten one from PCF West. I got one of the Commodore PCs, PC 40 or something like that. But so, that does well, consignments. So now 3-day show, we're gonna keep doing it like that. So this is, I started out volunteering, worked my way up, worked in the warehouse, was docent for the museum. Now I've since handed that over to someone else. They're like the manager for the museum. So that helps offload some of me. So I took over as a bench more guy. I saw that sort of did all that already. And then co-showrunner, showrunner, yeah. And then I mentioned about March dissolving, and then which Computer Federation creating. Founding board members were me, Evan Koblenz, Cord Cohen, later Eric Klein, I mentioned Bill Degnan. He was doing the talk on starting your own museum. Evan resigns as executive director, and then he becomes a fundraiser. So he had to do that. Like then he wanted to do fundraising for an organization. He couldn't be on the board. Michael Brutman, he does, he's involved in some PC Junior stuff. He was actually the showrunner for VCF Pacific Northwest until he stopped that. And currently there's 5 board members, me, Eric Klein, Corey Cohen, who's our treasurer, Dag Spicer, he works at Computer History Museum, and Bob Roswell, he owns System Source Museum. He has actually a pretty nice museum there. It was a part museum and part
office space, but then COVID happened. Now people, they don't want to come back to the office. They just work from home now. So it's expanding the museum even more, taking down cubicle walls and adding more. And the fact we're lending him a second set of Univac machines from him. So he has a nice museum there too. That sort of shows what I just said there. Yeah, we do repair workshops. So the repair workshops it's like a great idea because like we'll all get together, like 10 or 15 of us, and like combine our knowledge and help each other repair things. And it's a good open space that, you know, sometimes people don't have a lot of space at home, too much, you know, hoarding or too much junk. So they can just come here, work on it, get help from someone and repair it. There's amazing people there. Maybe you might know Sark online. He's expert at repairing CRTs, which is they're becoming less and less available. So it's good to have someone who's repairing those. So we continue to do those monthly. It's a really great way. So it's half social, but mostly helping each other repair things because these things break all the time. And it's amazing what they do. Like someone was like, oh, this was left out in the rain for 5 months, and then they'll like clean it up and get the gunk out or mouse nest or something in there and rust and you know, it's amazing that at the end of the workshop or maybe a little bit after they'll have you know, a working computer or terminal. And it's amazing. I posted one where I guess the keyboard said don't care. It was a don't care button. People think it was for, I don't even know what it was for, but I thought it was interesting. All kinds of interesting things you find there, like obscure things. 2 minutes, all right. So yeah, so this is about the swap meeting. We started out outside because there was COVID and November. We did, and then we did another April. We tried an indoor one in February, but that was kind of hard. We had to like spread it out between 3 different buildings. It was really cold, but it was successful. And then we had another one in October, and we have 2 more planned. And all right, that's ready. So next, so yeah, challenges to run the show. And our next VCF is 2023, April. The theme is computers and education. Hoping to get some like YouTube streamers there, popular ones, and I have Bill Hurd sort of moderate it, and then possible speakers, Liza Luke, Lynn Duncan, Rebecca Mercury, Margaret Morabito. She did it last year, but she's going to have more of an emphasis. She was a editor of Run Magazine, and she did the Learning Center on QLink, and Cynthia Salmon, she's made the logo. All right, so I guess that time's up.
What's the difference between museum and, I know you get UCF as an event.
Yes.
What's the museum?
So the museum, so there's, I mentioned InfoAge. InfoAge is the big umbrella organization. They have multiple museums. They have a radio museum. They have a, so that museum is we're part of that. So it's Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday, 12 to 5 p.m.
That on the website?
Yeah, that's on their website. Yeah,
InfoAge's
website, yes, and BCF website too. So yeah, that was sometimes it's confusing. There's Vintage Computer Federation, and there's Vintage Computer Festival. So we run the Vintage Computer Federation runs VCF East and VCF West. Maybe West is independent. They still have the name festival, as well as Southeast, and then some others in Europe. There was one in Europe, in Switzerland just recently. And we're hoping we have some people organizing to try to reboot VCF Southwest in Texas. Hoping to have it in Dallas because there's a lot of interest in that area. So hoping that they'll get it together and reboot that one. Any questions, anybody? All right, well, thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Brian, for inviting me. He's not in the room, but I appreciate it. It's a great show here.
Glad you can make it.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm celebrating your birthday.
Take time.
41, whatever whatever it is. Come on, Joe.
All right. Yes.
Just do it.
What?
Yes. Cake.
You should have publicized
Yeah.
that, more people would have come.
Bring something that- So what you do is, so. You're local, where you're in Pittsburgh. So you sign up to our discussion list.
I'm back.
And then you know when we're having repair workshops.
My car.
And then you sign up to the list and say, here, I'm bringing this, guys, can you help me with this? And then they'll say, oh, yeah, I can help you with that. And 90% of the time, which is fix it. Because they're really.
I didn't see it. I can get-
Oh, is that one
I can't look,
Yeah.
but-
You know, I just use everything is. 5 years.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, so. You know, pottery.
Try this.
I don't wanna go on your wire there.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That we,
Hi.
We've done an unboxing video. I'll be able to do unboxing the Commodore cake. That's my piece.
Oh, nicely done.
Look at that.
Like, assembly and,
Oh, yeah.
like a week of work.
guys.
Wow, nice job, Jason.
Well.
That's what I want.
Glad never liked it, but I was like, we're gonna know what people are gonna think. but
Oh,
I'm
no.
gonna go make an announcement, then we could,
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, you weren't, don't worry.
We're not coming out. This is what you get. Okay,
So.
no cake. It's real cake. Commodore cake too.
It's great to come here, but Brian was like.
That was really well done. I must say, Brian outdid himself. He's totally outdid himself.
Yeah, because at this point, we're still around. It started sort of ad hoc and then we're still around. So it's like, well, we should record our history about these organizations. I started today, so I had to sort of go to the Wayback Machine and talk to different people that were there before, put together the history, because now we're gonna preserve the history. We're still around. Looks like we'll be around for, I don't know, at least 10 years, we'll see. But, yeah, and that's always, the part of it is making the presentation, which there's always that generation which we're happy to do, so. There's a lot more stories I can tell. If we were, things going right, originally.
this year.
I'm a little bit past myself.
Oh, I've already. Oh, I actually did assembly and.
Oh, yeah, I've done that before. I had to do that.
Oh, you did. I should do the whole design and everything.
Brian, you have to stuff, man.
Oh, it's even got the bars around the outside.
Went into that.
Brian, you absolutely killed it. You killed it, bud.
Thank you.
Because we need to preserve that knowledge. Yes.
That's so cool on Instagram.
Yeah, sign up for that.
But yes, they're.
They may have to stay.
I think they're giving up on Voyager, aren't they? I think they're saying,
It's way out there past Pluto, isn't it?
yes.
Well, it's not dead yet. Still got a few more years left in
Yeah,
it, but
I say leave it on. I think they were worried about some information that's on there, that shows where we're located.
So, does anyone want cake?
yeah. I'll take it home.
Identify where we are. We don't want, evil aliens to.
They have good natural resources.
Yeah.
They have good,
And I thought one about the night.
So. The one that's kind of turning it on.
I don't.
You're still communicating. But such a long.
No, unfortunately, I don't. I did,
We're gonna ask the staff. if we could get that.
only if they can do like.
Or something like that, where it's just like something, some stores doing, yeah, it's going. Yeah.
We should. We should sing happy birthday.
Happy birthday to the Commodore 64.
It's alive.
1 year late.
We tried.
We tried.
That's
We
the
could do
important
it.
thing.
Well, you realize 64 came out in 81. At least I had one.
So that means that
81.
instead of one message at a time, every time someone.
Best we can do, but
Get all the messages.
last year would not have worked.
Neil, that's true. We didn't have much of a crew coming
You
in.
don't get all.
Exactly.
Sometimes you're like, people might be. Like the one day, well, you might be, overwhelmed. Yeah.
I mean, let's suggest. It's also over there on the side. Come on by.
So come up, yes, cake. There's vanilla and chocolate.
Ooh, chocolate? Yeah.
Did I get absolutely? Plates on the way. Oh, brilliant.
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
So.
That's the real one.
Something can be done.
There you go. That'll work a little better. Hey, big, look at that.
Yeah. We have our.
There you go.
That way.
Supper. Stuck my finger in the relation. I've been using this. Right, grab one.
Oh, thank you.
You know? Oh. There you go. Here it comes. Want to know? Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a patient.
I got mine.
I'll have evidence. I know. It's live. I'm pointing me at your. Oh, yeah. Wonderful.
We're actually in.
Well, no, that just makes it so much faster.
My luck is taking time. Sure. Like.
Fresh copy.
Engage their interest.
Oh, yeah.
Got behind everybody, so.
Oh, yeah, please, you give one, you can have like one of these. Here.
Oh, thank you.
Like everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, so. I know. I come they don't want to get out of here.
Okay, just a little.
Well, there's definitely.
You're very welcome.
I didn't mention, this CFP, they're gonna do, like last year they had 2 clips at the top, like 12.
No, I'm gonna get the needles.
This year we're gonna have. They had Commodore where they'll teach basic assembly. So, okay. 3 or 4 or 5 people.
I'm running back and forth for Wampus now. That means my turtle.
You
good?
Yes. I don't just want to, but somebody else wants to.
Thank you, sir.
Would you like one of each or just?
One of each.
Okay.
Regulate myself. I get away with a little bit of bacteria here and there. Not a big problem. Most of these guys here. Biggest problem is running back and forth.
Yeah, that's a problem. We should have said, go to Jeff's talk, then you can get free cake.
That's it. But you have to go to Jeff's talk.
Yeah.
Hey, Will. Dan, hi.
All right, which one would you like, or do you want both?
Yeah.
Vanilla and chocolate.
Oh, we want chocolate.
Very dense and damn right. I see you put me to work.
Yeah,
I'm allergic to work.
We gotta avoid
One
the outside
chocolate,
because
please.
of the red dye.
Oh,
I don't like.
Well, give her some of the green guys.
what would you like?
Oh, got that. One.
Don't blame it.
Closer.
Oh.
Oh, right. It's been a while.
You want a corner?
No.
Oh, there's a reason for the.
Oh, no, never got it now.
Sure. That's small. Did you hear what it said around, well, what? Oh, really? Oh, man, I ran out of. That's all. I heard that. Here's how many people are.
So I'm in the,
Sure. Yeah, so you didn't know that? Okay. I've got to go in the other room and shoot up now.
You and me both.
Mhm.
I got extra needles.
I got my own damn needle.
Blood.
No, use recycle, just share a needle.
These aren't.
Guys, I'm waiting for the environment.
These are,
So what I want is
what
like,
they call quick fit.
nerds for like, you know.
So you can, dial up your dosage. Check yourself. The next time you need to dial up, you dial up on the 30 or whatever. I usually use about 50. I'm a bad boy.
no one decided.
That's when I keep getting.
Almost definitely.
Right. They sure have gone to the.
Which one you want, this one, that?
Been there for that.
Yeah, thanks.
That's not gonna be like that.
Yeah, I did.
Perfect.
You said you wrote assembly and.
Yes, a little bit of assembly, that was to do the,
The borders?
the raster thing, and then I used this, web-based thing that allows you to do SC drawing on, just on the web.
Oh, yeah.
And I found it has an option to export as assembly. So use that, brought that into, Kick
the end. I'm just looking at the results because we just published them. We had for the online party the highest viewers we had were like 400 viewers. There were 100. I don't know how many people were registered to vote, but over 7,000 votes were actually placed. And we had one denial of service attack, which was thwarted successfully. Yeah. So actually, I'll go in since we know who won and published. Let's just start with the winner, which is Remission by a group called Triad. Most of them are from Sweden, but I think the main programmer here is in Germany. That's kind of one of the things where demo scenes all over the place. Most of it is centered in Europe. And for our party, for the online party, we organize it from, I'm here. There's the guy who does the moderation is in the UK. The guy who does most of the streaming and the streaming headquarters is in Belgium. And then there's one person in Switzerland that helps us and one person in Germany. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Is there sound?
You can join the YouTube Zoom session, or you need to send a Twitch session to me.
Or if you want, I can just give you the USB stick.
Yeah.
It's easier because
Okay, hang on just a
which I should inject first.
what format is the files and MP3 or MP4?
MP4, yes.
MP4, okay, so I don't need to run an emulator, that's correct?
No.
We don't watch demos on emulators.
I know. I'm humiliated.
This side?
Yeah. I am humiliated.
So yeah, I had 3 different computers with me to record our stuff in the hotel room yesterday. Here's the, sorry. To record the things in the hotel room, and it actually took 6 hours sorting through the entries and recording by M. What's fun?
Just a moment, folks. I need to switch my video.
Sorry, I forgot about the
No, not a plug, not a plug.
You're not running on data.
No, God, no. No, finally,
I had all the uploads were like, I don't know, I had 16 gigabytes on. The hotel had really bad internet, and I'm in the Hampton Inn, so I don't recommend that for internet connection. And so I used my mobile, but I had like there's several hours of free Wi-Fi that I can activate. So that was nice. Free, sorry,
the internet connection here is not working.
You just need this.
Yeah, no, but
no Wi-Fi. Well, internet actually is better, but well, if you try to run an online party, you do. Oh, maybe it was the wrong. It's not okay.
There we go. Oh no, it's just me.
But I've yet to encounter.
So
go to 7 demo competition, just ignore the other ones.
okay.
And Remission, the last one.
The Remission is the winner.
Yeah, we happen to sort them like that. The best ones run last.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, let me share the screen.
Yeah.
This one,
Just a moment. Where's my Zoom?
Here, actually, I found the Wi-Fi better than the LAN port that I connected it. It should be enough. And my mobile was still faster.
So here we go. QuickTime Player. There we go. Share. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now doing the demos, and this one came in 12.
First. No,
What
actually,
is it, 12?
that's the play order. This is the winner of the.
This is the
of
winner.
our competition.
Ah, okay, okay. My apologies. This is number 1. As soon as I find the play button.
Take your time. It's the end of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now doing the demos, and this one came in 12.
First. No,
What is
actually,
it, 12?
that's the play order. This is the winner of the.
This is the winner.
Yeah.
Ah,
it's on the
okay,
screen.
okay. My apologies. This is number 1.
It was showing the directory for everybody because it starts with the directory part. That people put in.
As soon as I find a second.
Go rewind it maybe. Well, it's easy to get much of that. It's pretty long, this one.
Okay, my apologies. This is number 1. There is a running. Yes, if I can see. Yes, it is running.
Yes, loading. Actually, I think the video is playing. No, just definitely.
There we go.
That's just the loader because I'm using non-standard password for one part. I don't think the hearing ends here though.
Nope, hang on a sec.
So there is sound.
Just a second, gang. I apologize.
There's links to our on transmission 54.1 links to our YouTube channel. It's not on there yet, so things. They're in the last.
Upload.
Hey, most important to greet everybody. In those demos, they forgot to us as the organizer of the party. That's for the next day. I'll let it slip one time. No, this is just that I use the 15, ultimate 1541 to run it, but this runs on the standard. So I just wanted to, if I brought everything to this, would take even longer, so I can deal with that. This is 5.
Number 5.
Yeah, they came in second. That's actually ours.
Okay.
That I where we
I
ended up,
know. That's good fair.
it happened.
Absolutely.
Well, Oh, this was the end of this one. So that they got the first place, and the next one we're going to show it's the second place. It's Cinque or Cinq for the French speaking one, but it's really actually was meant to be Italian when I was saying the demo. And it's about what can you do by using 5 Hexagon characters to create a demo. That's kind of the idea for this.
I have a question. The winner. How long was the submission? How long was the?
So we have a deadline, and we announced the party several months ago. The deadline was Friday.
Yeah.
And last Friday, and the party was today.
No, I mean, how long was the?
How long did it take to create it? I can't.
No. How long was the actual code? Like,
Oh, it's usually all these. None of them is longer than this.
like the whole thing.
In this case, like we on ours, we have 200 blocks speed or something like that.
Oh.
And theirs, I don't know how full it is. I haven't. But some come in 4 or 5 this size, which can be a bit annoying if you just start switching to this. So this is the second place in the results of the competition. I should maybe start. This doesn't have enough bass. Somebody might remember this.
Nice choice.
Oh, you have the echo from Zoom. Okay. I just heard the.
Nice. I don't know why it's not showing now.
It's not sharing on.
It's not showing on YouTube.
switch the way to make the reservation because there's nobody answering, so I'll be back.
Thanks,
The
Brian.
usual problem.
There we go.
Yeah, okay, so that's the second place. I don't know, are there, since I have a question before, I can talk to this one the most because I was kind of involved in creating it, but not
Nicely done.
that much.
Well, question, what'd you guys code it in? Is that all assembler code that
It's
you
all
wrote?
assembler, yeah. We have, so first of all, there's like different disciplines. One, some size coding, like to make it as small as possible, 4K, and some that's just graphics. We also had this time at a basic one-liner competition. That was kind of interesting. Was different because we hadn't done that before. But it's all coded in assembler. Most of us do work with Kick Assembler on actually Visual Studio. Most of us, which is. Well, PCs are tools to do stuff for the Commodore 64.
Exactly.
That's how I see it.
Absolutely. Use the tools to get it build stuff to work.
So we use that, and we use Git, and we have a Discord server where every time somebody makes a change to it, it will post a new version of the demo so people can check it. I've seen this about 200 times probably. And actually funny because the music was changed towards the end, like just in the last couple of days. So it felt really weird to me too, to be honest. When all of a sudden, like you're used to it being a certain way, then the sound changed while you watch it a few times. But yeah.
Does that mean that the source code is available for these demos?
Most people don't publish their source code. I don't. We haven't really thought about this type of stuff. I mean, this doesn't have any huge difficult programming tricks in it.
Okay.
But there's a framework that we use that helps us to load while we show the parts to make sure that it keeps it. So here, basically, it had alternating parts of memory. We use the upper part and the lower part interchangeably, and while we were using one part, we were loading the next part into the other one. Kind of, was also grouped together, but yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't think the demo scene thing is big maybe in Canada and sometimes in Europe. Can you just talk maybe a little bit about the culture of coding? Like it's a bunch of guys getting together in a very short period of time. Back in the day, maybe it was weekend competition.
So usually there were some sort of parties like at Easter. Traditionally in Germany, we have one that changed names and locations over the years, but I helped organize them in 1989 too. In person there, but often the productions are finished at the party, but usually it's created before timeframes
really varied. This one has been in the works for over a year, basically, but it didn't actually take this long. It was actually reprogrammed in the last month and a half, kind of by one dedicated developer who said, "Oh, I don't need any spare time, so I'm just going to fix this and redo it." And then thank you to him so much, but he did complain at the end too, obviously, and rightfully so. But yeah, that's kind of the concept was there for a while for this one, but it was a bit of a raw concept, so he had to come up with some of the details on how to do things or what they were supposed to look like.
Back in the day, I think, weren't there like many groups and you were kind of all in competition with?
Yeah, there's still lots of groups that are active today. Came from the cracker scene, so there was more competition in cracking games and removing the copy protection. That's what cracking means, and more competition, rivalry. Who was going to be first? Who had the best version of the games? The most trainers where unlimited lives, whatever the things were, and the infos in front of it is kind of where that led to the demo scene's emergence. But there's still a lot of active groups and several parties and meetings a year. Sometimes now there's more cooperation, so there's more, like there was just a demo, we had an interview with the makers of that, or with the part of the team called, I was a Halloween demo, sorry, they called themselves the Pumpkins, came together for this, but they were from 6 different groups, I think. So they did that production in 98 days with, I don't know, 30 people, 28 people. That's what they said in the interview. So it's interesting. And when you work with several people on something, you get a lot of like group dynamics. Like here too, in the end, we had 2 other coders jump in and help fix stuff like last week because time was getting tight and everybody was trying to help to get it together. It's still called a party version because we might still want to change something at one point. Like the timing to the music wasn't up to what the musician wanted. So maybe we'll release a 101% version. So that's a tradition, kind of.
Should I start the next video?
So the third place was the 1909.
9.
That one. So that's the third place in the competition. No, I don't remember. It's not the end of it.
That's an interesting ending.
Yeah, well, just sorry, I stopped the video kind of when it was. It does say the end on the side. So for me, the challenge is sometimes they don't write when the demo ends, so I have to watch it several times. Or I do use Vice in order to run through it quickly in warp mode to see where it ends. And sometimes we make mistakes too, and they get upset. But we tell them right in there the next time where your production ends. So, yeah. Well, they did. So.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was very
thank
cool.
you for watching. Kind of. So those were the top three. Our website is transmission64.com. if you want to find out more, and we'll have all of our productions on probably on the YouTube channel shortly. So we're just downloading the 7 gigabytes file of stream. That's funny too. You have these small Commodore 64 files and you make them into videos in very large files. Most of them are there.
Okay.
So we don't generally do that. We count on the other people doing it. One of the people was just asking me where is my release in front of the CBS. I uploaded your film.
Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, those visiting us on the interwebs, that's it for tonight. For those of us who are here, there'll be dinner at Swiss Chalet and then some hacking going on overnight. And we'll be broadcasting again tomorrow morning, starting at about 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for joining us. It's been a fun day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for coming.